Oops.
No, partiamo, salutiamo.
Okay, so just a little bit of technical issues, but now, hello everybody, happy Sunday, and hello there, Persifrig, and we're live. I'm Kampa, here's Jamma, and
Hello guys.
here we have
A special, very special
boom
guest.
boom. Now there is three of them. Yes, we are. So we are live with the top 8. Is it? Yeah.
Oh,
Some
yes.
spicy matchups
Yes.
today, I think. I mean, we have some spicy matchups to start with, and then I'm sure the spice will keep going.
Exactly.
I don't think there is any encounter between the matchups in the top 8 that is kind of dull. Like, you know, everything is. And when you get to this level, I mean, even if it was a matchup that, in principle, on page, like it would be like kind of set. It's never set if you get into the top 8 at 9 in the morning in the middle of nowhere on the Italian plains. But thank you for having me, guys. Sorry, I'm already rambling. Yes.
It's a pleasure to have you.
Yes.
Yeah. We're sorry for the black screen. We're trying to fix it, but we will be back.
Yeah, we'll be back very soon. Yeah.
I will just left 1 minute to try to figure out what's the problem.
Yeah. Like technical issues are
As
trademark
always,
here, as always. You know.
Actually, yesterday there was not even one technical issue.
Yeah,
It was
yeah.
just
Yesterday
very
I brought
very
them.
smooth.
I sabotaged the cables before I came
thank
here.
you.
Just to spice it up, you know, to
Yeah,
have something
yeah.
to talk about before we start with the matchups. Yeah.
So a little bit like lights on you, so you
All
can
on
just,
me. Oh,
yeah.
thank you very much. What do you want to know?
I mean, what do you think about this new matchup? We will see, because now you don't see.
We were
the
chatting
match.
about this earlier. Like,
Yeah, because we're going to take a look about Vader, Yellow Vader against Bossk Blue.
Vader. I mean, it would be genius if it was the Vader from set 1 with yellow. I don't know.
Yeah.
It's the Vader from this set, the pilot with yellow, and Bossk
Yeah.
Blue. Yeah, it's Bossk Blue. And what do I think? I mean, if I were Bossk, I haven't played a ton of either of these decks, but if I were Bossk, I would kind of like, I don't know how politically correct I need to be in the life, but I would I would be very scared. I would like do something with my fans.
Scared?
I would be very, very much afraid of the matchup, because of course you're against a very aggressive deck that has the
Yeah.
capacity to swarm. You don't have access to barrage, you don't have a lot of AoE effects. In fact, you have no effect that deals with multiple units until you get to Super Laser, unless you have some exotic main deck choices, which I don't think our player has, because you know you don't special attack against Vader 4. So you have to. Vader is a deck that demands action immediately, and the boss player needs to be good enough to find the counters immediately and immediately swing the game in its favor. On the other hand, from the Vader side, of course, the Vader player is gonna rely on cards as well, because a good opening is key to the success for this deck. They have a lot. It's a deck that plays, I think, 22 turn 1 plays, and a lot of 1 drops. I'm not sure about the specific list. Like maybe we'll see that later. But like in general, in this matchup, like I believe that the Vader player would like to play like a couple of ships turn 1 and try to get immediate advantage. So the first rounds will be key. And now we can see them. Okay, now we are live in the middle of it. That has started
Okay.
without us, and we are seeing already like we're starting from round 5, so we don't know how the matchups began because we couldn't see it. But what we are seeing is like a lurking TIE Phantom on the side of Vader, which is a very, very nice card to see from the Vader side, because it's a card that like nullifies like 90% of the boss deck. I think only Perilous Position really deals with that.
Yeah, but I don't think he has it.
I think this list doesn't run Snoke, so it does run Perilous Position, but that's kind of it. And we are seeing a pilot on that, so now not even Perilous Position is gonna cut it. You need a little bit more than that. I don't honestly, seeing the list, it will stun us. I think now only No Glory, only results could probably deal with this TIE Phantom, but that's one coming 3 cards out of 50, so it's a very aggressive stance from the Vader deck. It's saying like, you know, deal with this or perish.
Or Perilous.
Or Perilous.
Damn.
And then we see Bossk, of course, which is still a strong unit deployed, like, you know, still a 4/6. It's not Nalasse.
You deployed Vader on the Phantom.
I do believe that that's not Vader. Is
Okay.
the wingman, I don't remember which one of the two, but
Victor.
the one that creates the. Oh, I might be wrong. It might be Vader.
Where is Vader?
No, it is Vader. It is Vader. Then.
Wow, Vader on the Phantom is.
Yeah, I do apologize because like we can't see it very properly, but yes, it is the Vader. My mistake.
Does he have
sorry.
any answer to that? I think no, because it
So
doesn't.
in that
it
case,
doesn't run Rivals Fall.
everything that I said is the changes. Like, because I thought it was a normal pilot. I didn't see it was Vader because it's covered from the lurking. In that case, there is no answer in the whole deck. I don't think there is a single answer in the whole deck.
Wow.
No. Like in the main deck, it doesn't run Confiscate, it doesn't run
Rivals Fall.
it doesn't run Rivals
And those are
Fall,
the
which
cards.
still
Yeah.
Rivals
He has
Fall
no
wouldn't
chance.
work anyways. It doesn't run Entrenched.
True, right. Rivals
So
Fall.
in that case, I don't think he has an answer to that unit. He needs to out-race it or out-heal Vader on there. And there is also another
How?
lurking TIE Phantom.
Outhealing
How?
a Phantom with
So
a Vader is like
it
9
doesn't
damage
look good.
per attack.
That's pretty much like, you know, it's a pity we didn't see the earlier stages of the game, but that's pretty much the ideal setup for Vader. Exactly what Vader wants.
Yeah.
The fact that he's able to
Pretty
do
good
that,
spot.
now he's even trolling him, like bouncing the client. Like, you know.
I mean, the client was a
Totally.
pretty good play because with the Bosque deployed, he could heal at least for 10.
Yeah, heal for
every
10,
turn, which would be
like-
pretty good. Like the Vader attack with the Phantom, exactly.
Yeah,
9.
exactly. Like
So,
you can race it if you heal for 10, like if you have a 10 restore, like
every turn. Damn.
But
Yeah, they basically counteracted the lurking tie, so could have even balanced it, but it's done. So
But yeah, that's pretty much like that's a very very nasty like board state to deal with for a Bosque deck, especially because you know in a Bosque deck you're a control deck, so you need to respond to what other players do, and you can't fit enough cards to respond to whatever you're gonna ever meet can do. So he doesn't play it entrenched or other cards because like you know in other matchups he thought it's not something he needs, and in this case he found the one spot where really the Bosque deck is struggling.
Also, the fact that he has the Phantom on board means that he will not play Power of the Dark Side and Merciless Contest.
Yeah.
So many of his draws will be worthless because
Super
simply don't do
laser,
anything. Super
which
laser
is
also, yes.
ideal in this spot, it's not gonna do anything. So the only way is to raise it for damage, but I don't know. Is already on 22?
yeah.
Is that correct?
Yes. yes.
So is that one attack from Vader? Yeah.
Exactly.
I mean, I would love to see us surprised here by Fabiano with like something no one has ever expected in the realm of possibilities, but it's a uphill battle. I mean, surely healing for 10 does help.
Something.
Like you know, is it? It's probably more than 10 though, right?
I mean, he's
Or
not
less.
he's not
It's
unique. So
not
if
unique.
it's 8,
So if it's 8, it's less than 10. Okay, right.
Yes, take
Apologies for
downs,
not knowing the cards.
vigilance.
he made the Vigilance, which was pretty good.
Yeah, because that would have been 13.
Exactly.
So Bazin, another card that Bosque doesn't really love to see, like at all. And on this board is like I think like the Vader player did what, yeah, still has tech damage, it has options. But gaining that early advantage, then you can make a lot of tempo plays like this Bazin or like bouncing the client and all that jazz.
Also, the fact that the Vaders run 3 Basini main deck is something not so usual. Am I wrong?
I don't think it's something that everyone does, but I don't think that's something that is the only player that's doing this. Like it's something that some Vader players do, just because they are really, really nasty. Of course, like you're wasting a little bit of pressure, but if you can manage to like snipe the Confiscate or the Bamboozle from the opponent, like you know, to protect the flip or do anything else, Bazin is like is always a good card to have, and it's not a big commitment. That you can always resource it and use it when like this is a deck that doesn't draw anything and plays like 2 cards per turn very often, so a Smuggle doesn't really hurt. But in this case, it's like the nail in the coffin, pretty much.
Yes, yes. Let's see.
Let's see.
Take a look.
Put enticing board, like just 3
Nine,
units, but like you know,
14 damage on
there's
board.
some units here.
15 with Bazin, so it's exactly lethal.
Okay, yeah. I mean, Bazin probably won't survive.
Yeah, true.
But
Well, this is okay because you can heal for 12 now.
yeah, because
Bazin
Bazin is unique here, right here.
I mean, he's still trying to take time to.
To
The
take
problem
time.
is you're taking time, but for what? You don't have an answer.
Right.
So it's like you're just
Like
delaying the
delaying your-
inevitable.
like in this case, he probably like it needs to put like some sort of pressure on the base to have a shot to win, or I guess like a double dragon maybe does it. But yeah, you're right. Taking time towards what, like there isn't one card that, like, you know, Fabiano is waiting for that can flip it on the spot because of the setup in the sky with like.
He has a 7 open.
So he certainly has options, like, you know, you're there in top 8, you're not gonna like you're not concerned about time, so he's certainly taking all the options he has.
Exactly. You play till the last
of
the
course.
last moment possible.
And you're gonna get a little bit of how the opponent plays at the very least.
True.
Like, you know.
True.
But yeah, it does look like a pretty much like an uphill battle. Like he gets a no glory. That's a good card. Like at least he deals with one option. That's buying him a lot of time. But Giovanni has still all his resources open, and from now on he doesn't even need to resource if he doesn't want to. Like, so he can keep on generating board. Okay, yeah.
He didn't have the draw.
Trolling.
Trolling. Hard trolling.
But no. I mean, I guess it's still like, you know, the nice. It's still the nice options. Like it makes it even even more of a tough spot for Fabiano.
And in this game, Bosca already healed for how much? Like 20? Maybe
Like we
more.
didn't see earlier, but like what we witnessed right now, what was that? Like I'm really bad at
The
math.
double
but like,
bounty, 8 plus this one
Double.
12, 20.
so 20 that we have seen. So yes.
No vigilance before, no. Before
Did you
I-
discard
we
as a
witnessed
vigil?
here, no, I don't think so.
Nope.
Okay. And he's still at 13.
So I mean, he's still at 13, which is like really impressive from the boss player in this
True.
spot. Like, you know, very, very impressive. He still has like the Vader to deal with. That's why, like, you know, he needs to treat it like a race and try to to heal more damage than the Vader unit can put on his base. And the thing is, like, he did hit well, but there's only so many top target you can play. Like
That's true. Showdown for sure.
so one thing is the client that's like infinite bounties,
But it's too slow right now.
yeah, and it can be interacted with, but the bounties you need to play from your hand, you need to draw them, and then, like, you know, unless you run like Razor Crest and he cycles. I don't think he
Out of
runs.
aspect, Razor
I
Crest.
don't think he runs out of us Razor Crest.
I mean, also the zero cost event from the General Grievous lightsaber,
Right.
you know?
Yeah, I could run
Some
that.
Bosca tried it when it came out.
It's pretty. Oh, what happened there? Oh, his super laser blasted.
laser
Yeah,
blast,
okay.
okay.
So that's good. Like, I mean, Pershing somehow survives the situation. It's a good board clear, yet it doesn't deal with like the biggest problem of all.
Exactly. I mean,
But
if he would run entrenched right now, he could have a shot. That's
I
the
think
big
entrenched
deal.
in this scenario, yeah, would have been like a pretty decent. He didn't play anything. Is that what happened? He just claimed initiative. Yeah. I guess that makes sense. Like, he has little on board, right? If he just claims
Okay.
initiative. And
That's it.
I mean, what's the game plan for Bosque without entrenched and having so much struggle to deal with the Phantom? Probably he must hope that the Vader doesn't throw the Phantom. I think, like
yeah,
this is
I
the
mean, like
best shot.
that's it. Like if the opponent draws the Phantom and you don't have an immediate answer, I mean, it didn't. I guess like we didn't watch what happened in the earlier turns because we didn't have the screen. But like the Vader player is a good player, so he probably didn't like he played it like just in time to make sure that he could flip safely. So if he can time it well and not give the Bosque player a lot of turns to deal with the Phantom, like, you know, he plays and deploys straight away, like in a couple of actions, unless the Bosque player has an answer there and then, and that's it. Or if he plays multiple Phantoms, like this is all for the Bosque player to win, like, you know.
True.
Yeah.
I mean, from sideboard we can see Bosque plays Bombing Run, Confiscate, which I think will be for sure put in.
Yes.
Instead of maybe Dragon, for example, that I feel like
Yeah,
are
I mean, I probably
very
cut Restock and Bounty Hunter.
Restock, true.
Yeah.
Those two ones.
Restock, Bounty Hunter, and then the other two cards, something like maybe the Dragon, maybe even a Basin. Wait, Basin, you know, in a spot you could play.
For 6 to no.
Maybe you stabilize, you play for hand to try to snipe out
The-
Phantom. I don't know. No,
Yeah,
it's a bad card.
I don't know. Like maybe the Dragon is one of the win conditions. Certainly the player would know like better what to do. But like in this area, yeah, this is like are the cards that in this matchup.
Yeah, I will keep the dragon. Maybe just take out something else.
There is also one off of I Am Your Father, but I feel like it's too slow in this matchup. Even if you draw 3.
It's kind
It
of
does
well. I
nothing.
mean, like you know, I guess I don't know. It depends. Like I haven't played the matchup out. It depends if he values the dragons more than drawing 3 for answers, because he does need to draw the answers he needs, right? Like it's all about this. Like to have a shot, he needs to draw the answers he needs, and he needs to draw them when he needs them.
Pretty fastly.
I think like bombing run is the real deal breaker from
True.
as well as confiscate, because bombing run is a hard punish for the like confiscate is like it's kind of nasty, but it's not a super hard punish as a bombing run. It's like as a 1-for-1 and defeats the leader for 1, but it's good. But yeah, bombing run could be really bad.
On the other way, we have Vader that plays 3 of Confiscate inside, which I think we will see for sure.
Yeah, of course.
Bounty.
That to deny the bounties, that makes a lot of sense.
Also, Contact Counter, Maul, Down, Igeresco, those are like mech cards, I don't think.
Eager escort, swoop down. I don't think swoop down is that bad because like
Trade the leader?
yeah, sometimes like or even to trade the client because you get saboteur, so you can pop the
True,
shield.
you pop the shield.
It's one way to trade the it's not. It's very non-committal. You don't even take damage from the client, so like you know
True.
you can dump one of your
That's
units.
pretty good. I mean, the problem maybe is that you must deal, you must have a ship that has 3 attack. No, okay, it's not even that big of a problem.
like, yeah.
Most of the
Is,
ships have 3.
I mean, the card from the side from Contracted Hunter, so that's an interesting one. That's a really interesting one in Vader Yellow, which I admire and
I like
I
it.
did not expect it.
To me, it seems like a card that you would want to play when you make a race versus a ground deck.
Yeah.
Maybe versus a Sabine.
Yeah. It's
You
really
just
good.
put,
You just put that, and
to
it's
defeat a unit?
like this, like ambush. It's like a worst open fire, but in these colors. Like sometimes
It's the best
that-
option you can have.
that sometimes you really need to deal with something like this. So it's
Makes
amazing.
sense. Huh? It's
I don't think we're gonna see him here.
No,
I mean, I may be wrong, but like Maul is can be decent because it's like damage that can be countered. Like surely there's gonna be a pershing somewhere. Like
yeah, true.
so, and
Would
it's
you
not.
put it? I mean, the mall. With all these
I think I would put it. Yeah,
put
but
it.
like I mean, all these cards are good. Is the question is what you take out? Like I wouldn't
Yeah.
know. I don't know the deck well
Something
enough.
like a Waylay, maybe I would take out in this matchup.
It's possible. Yeah, it's possible.
No good to me that for sure is out.
No good. Yeah, no good to me. That is like.
three off, you take out.
I don't know.
Three
It
off,
depends. Like
confiscate.
you know, these players know better than us. It depends how much you're afraid of the client, or how much you're afraid of like maybe like some of the units that have 1 health since they die from the Vader ping, from the Bosk ping. Or someone in chat, like Jova.
I mean, he's one of the crewmates of the Tenente di Flotta, so
Yeah.
they're
Well,
rooting for him.
We have an Italian derby, Naples versus Turin here. Fabiano
Yeah.
from Turin, from very nice player, very good player, and Giovanni as well. I met him in this event. I didn't know him. Amazing guy, really nice player from Naples, from the Tenente di Flotta.
No good is caution on the client. Probably I'd keep it. Okay.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like you know, it makes sense. So, like it depends. Like if you notice that in this matchup the client healing for 10 every round is what really is your lose condition, you keep it. It's just two resources. Like it does depend. Like I don't know well enough the math of this deck to know how much how many drops you can from his curve you can cut without like compromising the consistency.
Because
Like,
this is
I'm
having
sure there's
the
plenty of
double
like
2-1 drop.
of like you know type of 1-2-1 fighters that like are not gonna win the game on their own, but it depends if I can cut them for other cards or not. And I don't know, but he's gonna know, so he will do the right call.
I mean, he's a pretty strong Vader player. I think that every tournament he played in the last time always played this kind of deck, so he's a
Yeah,
veteran on this.
You can see it from like
type.
the for the contracted hunter, from the Bazines,
Yes,
from like.
yes.
You can see that it's not just like a deck that goes face and goes face a lot, but it's not like a mindless aggro. It's an aggro with what yellow gives to an aggro
That
deck.
spiciness, yeah.
Is the evil that it makes
The evil.
it makes it slightly like
Cunning villain is
cunning
the
villain is evil. It's the
is
evilest
evil.
combination. Like, that gives it that spice that makes it harder for another player to counter what you're doing.
There is only one webcam, Cece, because Giovanni asked to not be put on camera
filmed, yeah.
It's too beautiful for
for his
work.
will.
With-
I'm going to stop the dream of something, someone.
yeah, Matteo here
They
joining
are
us.
face blue, best deck, and now I have to
Oh.
myself.
So new round, new hopes under the
hopes.
sun. Last one was short but interesting. Now we have the luck to see the game from the beginning, so we can see in those early turns when the fate of the game, I'm not gonna say is decided, but it's like it's taking like a stronger turn.
Okay, so
Yeah.
sono più santo.
So we can say that. Or-
Yes.
I mean, we did expect that. Like we got like some intel that the boss player sided out. Surprise, surprise. Annihilator. No, I'm joking. No, he sided in the bombing run and confiscate.
Yeah, the CIA
Makes sense.
told us
Told
this.
us that.
It makes sense. honestly.
No Annihilator for the matchup somehow.
Damn.
To kill all the tokens. No, it doesn't even kill all the tokens. But
Ruku. Hi guys, how's it going? Good luck everyone. Hi
Thank
Ruku.
you.
Hi Roku.
It's going good. Yeah. It's pretty
We've
damn
had
good.
some little technical issues, but
Yeah.
we managed to fix them. So now
It's like it was
okay.
our breakfast for the morning, yeah. Okay, they just
So
started
Bosco decided to
resourcing.
keep.
Okay.
Instead
Pershing.
Vader just
Pershing.
mulligan. Pershing is okay.
It's good.
Pershing, like, I mean, pretty
Mercenary?
not the best opening.
Yeah,
Prefer
it's
no.
double piece, yeah.
Because he is susceptible to power of the dark side.
Yes. Also, is good to put in the bounty because all he has 12, so it's like you
Right,
can kill it
you
pretty
can kill it
fast.
into hits, yeah. Yeah, Giovanni could have had a better opening, but you gotta go with what you get. That's life and that's the game. So it makes the matchup spicier, not obvious. It doesn't have the I would assume it doesn't have the power right away in his hand.
Okay.
And Giovanni was probably trying to protect against the power that he might have drawn, because he wants to make sure, yeah. So we're probably gonna see the ping on the shield because we see a perilous position, which is a card that as a boss player you wanna see this early, and the fact that he put it on there makes me smell like a bombing run, probably he wanted to deal with the shield.
That was an interesting choice. Or maybe he's thinking to steal the ship, maybe.
It might even do that. Like that's
a pretty cool idea.
yeah.
Because let's say your opponent. I mean,
Oh,
the
wow.
initiative is
He
from
really
the-
wants to
Ooh, wow, double bounty. Okay.
but like it makes me think he doesn't have a perilous if he ping the shield before doing all of that. But he probably
I mean, the Perilous he must keep for the Phantom. You cannot
you
play on
wouldn't
this
just
ship.
waste it. Yeah, you're
No,
right.
no, no.
See, so he might have it, but still not wanting to use it.
Is one
Yeah.
of his only answer to that card.
Oh, and there you go.
that's
So
good.
very interesting. That's again, he only has 3 of those in the deck. It's not forever. So
But now he can steal the ship and he's sure that it will not be taken back. So
yeah, there you go. Yeah,
I mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
yeah.
This confiscate was kind of like.
It was kind. Yeah,
because
I agree. It was kind of
still there are 2 bounty on the ship and also his base is at 3. So even if he hit for 8, what's the problem?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know.
I agree completely. I think he might have that can happen. I would have probably forgotten about the ability from the ship,
And maybe that's the case. I don't know.
and or he has another plan which we don't know. It might be a bait. If it was me, it would be because I forgot. But since we are in the top 8,
Makes sense, makes
it's
sense.
possible it's a bait. I wouldn't. And he needs to account for that as well. He's taking time. It's not.
But
It's not,
to me
it's not
it's like,
completely sold that on this idea that he's just gonna trade. Or
I mean, to me, seems like Bosco now is in a pretty good spot because the board is kind of like
Yeah, with
okay,
this,
he's
yeah.
fighting for board.
look,
He also
it's
has
even
Persian that keeps
damaging
giving him,
the thing. I mean, in this spot, yeah, it's as good as it gets. He had we didn't see the opening of the other round, but here we see something that I'm sure the Vader player is not feeling
No,
but
for sure.
he still has a lot of options as a deck. But as a boss player, This is kind of the start.
This is the ideal
you
start
wanna
with a
see.
Pershing that keeps giving you card advantage of return now.
Even
That's
if,
good.
even if he has already burnt 3 of his healing powers to
Yeah,
heal like
also.
3, no, to heal like what?
He's in a good spot. He can
4,
play Vigilance.
4.
Uh,
To heal like so. Yeah, he's in a good spot, especially because now we are in bombing run territory,
Oh yes, now
And
would be a
that-
pretty good play.
and
probably.
that's like that's nasty in this spot. Let's see if he has it. It did like this is not a ball. Yeah, there you go.
Here it is. Very good start for Bosk.
So this one is looks like a very different game from the other one, at least from what we've seen. Then again, like if he plays Lurking Tide now and deploys on the next round,
it's the same situation.
But
yeah.
if he plays Lurking, Bosk might take initiative and play immediately Perilous.
of course he's not gonna
So-
draw with Pershing. I don't think.
So there's a chance
But he needs to have
has
it.
the answer.
Like the cards like there are ideal scenarios, but still he's not playing. He's playing Victor Leader, interesting, which can be dealt with. So probably my guess would be he might be trying to play if he had Lurking Tide, he would want it to protect it with something else to make sure the deploy happens. I don't know. I'm not sure, but now we are even seeing like an advantage on damage from the boss player.
Yeah.
So in terms of
Unbelievable.
I think like Giovanni still has a shot, but if we have
Yeah,
to
yes.
objectively look at what's going on in here for boss, this is going well.
Because to me feels like he's not in a hurry, I mean Vader, because if he manages actually to play the Phantom and stick in Vader, knowing that the opponent doesn't have any answer to that play, you most
He
likely
still
will
has
win.
confiscate though
Oh,
from
true.
the side.
Still has
confiscate,
And-
true.
and
You're
I
right.
mean,
Now he has an answer.
he has an answer, and he can also like always play Dragon or something. Like he can go on forever. Like this boss,
True.
eventually he's gonna win the race against
Yeah.
Vader if Vader does nothing, unless he sided out the Dragons. But yeah.
Piero said, "Hi everyone, nice trio today, guys."
Thank you, Piero.
Ciao Canes,
Ciao.
grandissimo. So
Here it
here we
is. Here is
see
the
the
Phantom.
ominous card. But see, he played it like he played the Victor Leader as a bait to make sure he had to deal like the Bosk had to spend the units on the Victor Leader. Then hello, I'm here.
Okay.
But see,
he deployed
he doesn't
an-
want
exactly.
to enter in conflict.
You see
that
the
one
open
unit,
resource,
which
then
could be
starts-
anything, and it could be nothing. Like a good player is gonna bluff
bluff.
this.
But you have to
still,
give respect. for
you,
sure.
you need to give respect. You don't have many other actions to to mess around with, and even if you have them, I'm sure Fabiano is not going to take initiative just
No,
before
no,
he
for sure.
deploys.
He's bluffing even if he doesn't have it.
So
I agree.
there it
What
goes.
would you do?
Interesting.
Going base? No, I don't think so. Yeah.
I
Yes,
mean,
it
I
would
would
be
trade Pershing, but that's why I
Me
don't play
too.
these decks and I lose when I play aggro. But but he is going base, and
Well, actually, trading Pershing was not that bad of a play, even in my opinion. You know?
Or
I'm not a Vader
you
expert.
I
for
mean,
sure,
you could
but
trade Bosk as well. You could do all of these things, and I'm really not sure which one is the correct call. Like I can see a reason to trade Pershing, a reason to trade Bosk, a reason to go base.
Sure.
My guts would tell me to go for the good trade, but I don't think that's how you win.
Yeah, I think you have to
So-
push.
you have to be
push.
So
as fast as you can.
I don't know how much I could trust my guts in this matchup.
Yeah,
And there we
sure.
see like something that's nasty because now,
Here's the Perilous.
now here is the Perilous, and this is farming that base like a hammerer, but I don't think he's going to 21. Yeah, that would be a different story. But now, I mean, Vader is there still to be traded. Next round, if worse comes to worse, we are in super laser territory. And what's Vader's board largely? Like
You keep drawing.
like it's a 5/6 and the 1/1.
How many
That's
cards
sort of
has this person already drawn? Like 4, 5.
I mean, you
It's
can count the
crazy.
damage, yeah, but it's drawn a lot of cards. Like of
Two on
course.
Bosk and 2 on him. 4 cards. Wow.
And one on Mercenary.
And 1 on Mercenary. 5 cards.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, like if this really gets out of hand, I don't know the matchup. Like he might even play the contracted hunter to deal with the. Or it's a swing because if the cards that the Pershing draws are good, yeah, they make a difference. If they're not good, they don't.
I
Make a
should drop
difference.
the can draw
I-
you 5 cards.
Yeah, no,
crazy.
it's insane in any
I mean,
matchup, but I don't know if in this specific matchup I will go far enough to. Now he's gonna draw another 4 cards. So yeah,
Yes,
Yeah.
Marco.
the thing he has I mean, it's not gonna do them straight away, but eventually, yeah. And that's one of the banes of not having traded that boss. But again, it does depend. Like boss can draw as many cards as he wants, but you need to play them, and you need to play the right ones. So if you have a board state where boss doesn't have really any good outs, you don't care if he draws cards. But if you have a state like this, where there are a lot of outs for boss, then then it matters if he gets those outs. There you go.
So
this is a
this
pretty
is a
good
border
out.
set, and you still drawing 4, I think.
And you.
Yes, or you only draw 2 because also Bosk died. I don't remember this interaction.
I don't remember this interaction. I with Gar Saxon, I don't think you get your upgrades back. That's the one I know.
Okay, so it's only 2.
My instinct, I'm not a judge, so I see Bazin came like just 1 second too late.
Yes. I mean, now you can choose from a wide variety of cards for sure. Look at that.
You can choose from a lot of them, but I mean, yeah.
What would you take? Maybe Vigilance?
Bombing Run probably.
Bombing Run.
It's the only one that
maybe
deals more with more units for one. But anything he takes here, the boss player is gonna say, yeah, whatever.
I mean, his base is still pretty healthy.
And the fact that he's playing Bazin in here, to me, screams a little bit of despair, because
it was from Smuggle, so he only has 2 resources open.
It does mean that maybe, I mean, I don't know, maybe he has a master plan, but here a Bazin on a, what was that, 6-7 hands card, it's not really impactful.
Probably here you need to try to build a bigger board as the biggest board possible.
I mean, if he did it 1 action earlier, that would have been a whole completely different story. There was still the bombing run, so it wasn't a completely different story, but it was still a different
we have the first result of the top 8.
All right.
With Alessandro playing Queen and Turking Town, winning versus Vasco. That was the unsolo set 1 player.
Okay, really interesting.
And also was the winner of the Swiss tournament, because he was the only undefeated guy with 7.
It's kind of a mirror. It's interesting because, in that deck, it's almost like the unsolo deck plays Queenland by 1 turn earlier. But it would have been interesting to see. We're not like Padre Pio. We can only watch the game once. But
for now.
But yeah, interesting result for sure. Vigilance. And now we're seeing now the trolling is coming from the side of Bosk. Vigilance. Yeah, look, Bosk is ahead on damage, and worst case scenario, we are in a territory where even a dragon or an Avenger is perfectly fine.
You just put a big boy on the board and start.
I don't think from this spot, I mean, of course you're gonna play it. You're not gonna quit now, but from this spot, if Fabiano kept his bombs in his deck, a dragon or an Avenger versus Bazin, I believe that the race is not going to be won by the Bazin.
True. Especially with Bosk with a 12 card in hand. So
So yeah.
But to be honest, I mean, this game is not over. They're still playing. But I think that what really made the difference was that Pershing. A 2-drop that draws you 5 cards.
Yeah. Well, it was a combination of things. It was that, and
the bombing run also.
I think the bomb, there were multiple small points. Now we can keep seeing what, take down on the clone squadron that is usually a 10-10, is another blow to the heart. But I mean, the opening there wasn't amazing. The Pershing was good, but was kind of cherry on top, because if the Pershing hadn't been there. Whilst the boss player was really able to deal with the board, the Pershing would have been too slow on its own. But the turn where he stole the ship, and he basically for 4 without spending any card destroyed 2 units.
Board, true.
Then on top of that, he traded the board again. In these 2 turns, then there was a very small window for Giovanni to come back, and that small window closed himself.
You're right. I feel like that Confiscate played on his own space unit was on 4 resources. It was kind of not the best play, probably.
I can see that. Yeah, because it opened up that possibility
to be still.
With hindsight, seeing what happened, since the other 3 resources didn't really make up for it. In retrospect, that could have gone better.
And I mean, that's the problem of the Mercenary Gunship. It's a pretty strong card in the right spot, but it's very dangerous.
It's dangerous, especially against a deck, that can just steal it. And now we see he doesn't need to do it, but we see the concede because he's aware that he's not gonna.
I mean, they could have the time to play, but why play for other 50 minutes.
I mean,
a game
if you
that
want
is already
to, if
lost.
you want to tire your opponent, like and
Yeah.
troll with him, but like
Be strategic.
ideally, both of them want to go
Want
to
to
the next
win, so
stages,
they
like
need to be well rested.
and they don't want to go with like with barely anything left because they troll one another in the. So
Yeah.
we did get a fair game. This is really interesting. You see,
Yes.
a very different start, and again, how much of this can be pinned down on top of different things to the early rounds of Vader, and how he does in the early rounds. Like this is
They are the most important part of the game.
how
for
do you
sure.
say, like
I mean, even the start with the 2 drop, as we said before, instead of the double 1 drop,
Oh, yeah,
yeah,
was
yeah,
a way worse start for Vader. And
Of
out
course.
of all the 2 drops, probably the worst one. So.
yeah, right, yeah, I agree.
And in the meantime, we have another result of the top 8. We
Nice.
have Thomas Madeo playing an set 1 green.
Trapper.
Yes, Trapper, winning versus Davide Fenu, which was playing the An 2 ECL that we saw the day before,
Yeah.
winning
Yes,
versus
we
the
did.
Kira, and he won 2-0.
Right, another interesting matchup. Like
Yes.
that would have been nice to see because 2-0s, like it looks like a landslide, but anything could hide behind this result.
Exactly.
Like,
Looks like a walk in the park, but maybe we're like very close games.
if you win with 1 HP, that's still 2-0. If you win all of them with 1 HP, so
True, that's the thing.
so another interesting games we like. So we got a Han, like a Han was gonna come out of that matchup regardless, but we got a hold Han making it to second round, and then a Quinlan into second round. Somehow, always a Quinlan manages to. But there is still a young Han, I think, in the other matchup going against Kira. Is that correct?
Is correct.
Uh,
The young gun still DCL version, so the
Right.
Jagger one. We don't know the result, they're still playing. But it looks like that Heroic is taking. No, I mean, I think he's even because we have 2 villains in this game. We also have Akira.
it does depend upon the Kira and Han matchup. We could have a 2-2 or a 3-1.
Yeah, true.
The villains face each other here, so but yeah, I mean, this is the blessing and the pain of this kind of swarm decks, that they rely a lot on your early draws, and a lot is decided from them. I would be curious to know, because we saw a lot of cards from the side that would have been helpful in this matchup, but how much Giovanni had to sacrifice of his consistency in the early games to include those ones. What the question was, like, what do you take out?
Yes.
A mulligan, something that Fabiano is certainly happy to see from his opponent, because it means that it has a
Exactly.
sub-ideal start.
And in the meantime, Fabiano decided to keep, so
It
looks
means
like
he
another
has
good hand for him.
Yeah, right. Something at least that worked. I mean, on the other hand, like Bosk needs to have a good hand to start with,
For sure.
but in this specific, in terms of luck, the pressure to open well is on Vader, right? Because Fabiano can keep, I don't think he even plays something that where he's sure he's gonna play something turn 1 every time. He has
Except
what?
for Pershing.
Yeah, it's like Pershing and a bounty.
There
and
are
a
the bounties, but even the bounties turn 1 are always susceptible to the confiscate now. So
Right.
it's not the best. Not the best.
So it's not like he's hard mulling for a specific couple opening, and then this hand.
I mean, if you were a Bosk, what would you want to keep? For sure, I think I'd like to have a Pershing and a 3 cost removal, probably those 2 cards. Like the best.
A Perilous.
Perilous,
ski,
true, also.
no good. And,
Perilous only for the Phantom.
Yeah,
Even,
yeah. A bounty,
The bounty, yes.
bombing run.
Okay, so
Now we do see.
looks like this is a
Okay.
way better start.
This is not the best in the world, because one of these has 1 health, but this is a lot better.
Yes.
And you see Fabiano kept the hand with no 1 turn play. The Pershing is good,
I'm expecting an open
but the
5 on
Pershing
the,
is to solidify the win, and the win needs
True.
to start from other cards.
Yes, you're right. I'm expecting the open fire on the yellow ship. Let's see, no?
There might be
Just for a bounty.
Yeah, that's it. That's the thing, because if he wants to stop the engine, he needs to deal with the non-token unit. So that's why this is a good opening, but there are better ones in the deck.
Yeah, you're right. Because by
And-
defeating the yellow ship, you cannot.
But as
deal
you say, yes,
to the token.
I think only open fire deals with Yassi, and he doesn't have it. So at least here Vader arguably is gonna get a token out of this. Or
This
there are-
might get out of hand pretty fast.
again, now the next the next big thing that the Vader player has to be afraid of is probably the bombing run in this scenario.
Yeah, you're right.
But he got out. He got out like the round one exchange is one where like Vader, could be better, but it's pretty decent.
I mean, I feel like he keeping this hand by not playing anything on turn 1 and on turn 2 only playing the bounty. It's like he will have the bombing run.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
the only reason he took probably.
And now we see.
He kept. Sorry.
I don't quite. Oh, what happened there?
Hello, Fabio. How is it going?
Hi.
Oh, yo.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So I mean, if you follow this, because we were chatting, I missed like. I'm not sure like why
Did you
Vader
know this?
did Vader make the token? Because like arguably he should have 2 tokens, right? And then one sacrifice to Geonosis, and then another token that should be there. So if Vader forgot to make the token, like I'm not gonna put it on him because we were chatting sadly, but like that would be pretty big.
You're right. You should have another one.
I mean, probably not that big. If there is a bombing run coming, he might have even done it for the action efficiency, but it's still like suboptimal somehow. But
Hello,
maybe I
Jaffo.
missed something.
Hi,
so
Jaffo.
let's see. Let's see if this token even matters, and if someone was paying more attention than myself, which is very likely, please let us know what happened there.
He didn't make the token.
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't make the token. That's
So
wow.
it's either a genius play or a misplay, depending on I always want to give credit to the player. Maybe it's a genius player is already playing around the bombing run, and he said I'm not going to give you so much value.
I mean, to be honest, now the bombing run is not so good.
Now the bombing run is decent, but it still doesn't deal with the biggest problem, which is going
And
to generate another
the
token.
yellow ship can be dealt with the ping, so it's like you're just bombing run the 1/1. It's not really good.
Right.
But the fact is that the bombing run, even at 90 resources, could be
It's
handy.
still
So
worth it,
it's
yeah.
like a
Yeah.
card that.
So it's probably kind of wasted on this board.
Yeah,
I
I
agree.
completely agree.
But in that case, even more so, probably another 1/1 would have been handy. I mean, granted, like damage is just scratching boss face, but as we said earlier, it has only three top targets in his deck, so one is gone, and this is the board right now. And now a bombing run is still
Feel
good.
pretty bad.
It's good, but not that good, really.
No.
It just deals with the 1/1.
I would wait
and
for
I,
that, yeah.
I wouldn't play it
Take
here.
the most of the value.
I mean, to me, feels like this matchup is really based on the Paris position on the Phantom. Now the things
Right.
might get out of hand
Which
immediately.
honestly is still an option, and I don't know. But it's an option, but it's not a good option, right?
Now, because you need
it
to
doesn't
kill
kill
the
it.
Victor leader.
So
also.
he actually
So-
played it very smartly,
Yeah, completely agree.
Okay.
Okay.
because
Yes,
now he's
yes,
killing
okay.
Victor Leader, and every time he kills something that is not the TIE Phantom,
Okay.
we see a surprise strike,
Which
right?
is now is a pretty bad card because I think you want
right.
to develop.
Yeah, you don't
more.
want to see it now. So
So for Fabiano is a
So
good thing to see.
so it's going decently for Vader, but it could be a lot better, like as well. Like
I agree.
Like it's good, but not to a point
Could
where
be
he
better.
can take a tea and and chill.
Exactly.
Flames in it. Okay.
the
He has to
screen,
claim. I think he wants really to draw the Perilous.
Perilous.
He must get rid of that.
Before
that
yeah,
Phantom.
before he gets out of hand.
Yeah. Feel denies you the power, the merciless. He must kill you.
So there's maybe a small argument for Vader to just take the initiative there and not even like do the turn to go for that play, but like that argument is kind of weak when we have a confiscate from the sideboard. So
Yeah.
this is not such a deadly play as it was
exactly.
in game one.
Exactly.
So it makes sense to just
Probably he will deploy on ground. I think with the leader, as we saw the
yeah, it does. It's a safer option, which is like great. Bosk like with a couple of neutral cards from his sideboard just achieves like defeats the leader without even playing them. Like that's insane. But yeah, unless he has a Bazine here or something along the lines. But still, this is Bazine like this. So we're not seeing 2 resources. So unless he has like some discounts we're not aware of, there should not be a Perilous ideally, or maybe he changes his mind.
Let's see.
At 2, what could he have played? A bounty, if you like. Because there's also Pershing, but it's not something you'd like to play in this board.
Yeah, I mean in this board like you can, but I don't think that's a priority. That's something you
you're
take
just wasting
initiative
your
for.
resources
Like,
that might be very useful. So
So he might want a bounty, but the thing is, like, now that Bosk is deployed, yes, he's gonna
Cannot
get
ping.
double, but he needs to use a card to deal with,
Yeah,
like,
that's
with
bad,
something.
that's bad.
Like, if he wasn't deployed, he would just, like, he could just ping, like, one of these. So he took initiative and passed. Is that what happened? Like, we don't have the audio, obviously, but that's what it looks like. I didn't
I
see.
think that he just passed.
No, he passed, I think.
For sure he won't take initiative.
So, in theory, very much in theory, there was still the option of deploying on the Tarkin, but on the Phantom, but you need like an amount of guts to do that, which I don't know if I will ever have in my life. Maybe if I'm fighting for my, it looked like he was playing the Persian, which is like a soft pass.
Yes.
And it's trolled as well. Like, and you're
let's
not gonna
say
draw that amount of cards.
This is a
not
pretty
on my
desperate
watch.
play. I mean, this time Bosk is not drawing that well, and also Vader is playing around the best card of Bosk. Let's
Right.
also give that to the Vader player.
Oh, the Vader play is playing
He's
well.
playing very
He
well.
might have forgotten the token, or he might have
think he
outplayed all
yeah,
the
that
fast.
was the only thing.
But there you go. He had those options, so they're decent options, but like none of them is like
I mean, and the base is running low now, huh?
the base. Well, it's a Bosk base, so like if he rolls well, like that can like be brought to zero really fast. Yeah, let's say that the fact that like Bosk had a couple of like
Mid turn.
kind of mid greedy draws this turn, and he didn't have like a strong answer. Is a good because he's taking initiative before Vader deploys.
Wow.
So
He goes to 20.
because he knows he doesn't have anywhere to
The
deploy
problem
anyways.
is like that he's at Sam, so he cannot even suppress a blast. Another
Right.
Phantom. Wow. No.
Another yeah, this is like
This is the
like-
famous Vader effect. If he starts to going on,
like
the
if you have
snowball
one
is
turn,
crazy.
like
The
I
snowball
mean,
is crazy.
he has like he set up for like some decent like plays in the future, but he had a window there, I feel, where the board was like kind of even, and now
okay.
he's not even gonna like he's not
No,
even
no.
gonna. He
What can
doesn't
he do?
He
What can
doesn't
he
even
do?
wanna see the base go to 30.
I mean, he
Like-
had another Phantom in hand. Wow, that was crazy.
So there, in that game, it went decently for Giovanni. At the end, the TIE Phantom, the fighter didn't matter. But there was a window where, on the deploy turn, Vader still had option to roll it. He didn't take that window at all. Not because he didn't want to, because he couldn't probably. And from there, no way back.
Yes. Just a mid turn in the key spot and you lose.
Yeah, right.
Vader starts to snowball too fast.
But we've seen like we've seen like three pretty interesting matchups, and like very different ones, and all of them interesting, but like also where the details make the difference. Like because with a deck like
Yeah,
Vader, we saw the like these are the same decks. Like when we saw the last matchup, the difference between a 1 unit opening and a 2 unit opening, and now that evolves.
made all the difference. Even
And-
the turn 1 skip for Bosk was a pretty big deal because, as we saw, not having
So-
that 3-4 extra cards meant that on the Phantom he had not the Perilous, you know.
Right.
The right response,
So,
yeah.
like-
And if, as you said before, if you just skip a turn, then you're dead.
I
That's
mean,
the thing.
I think you can skip a turn, but you can't skip a turn and a half. Like he already skipped turn 1, so from then everything needs to go well.
then it started to snowball.
And he skipped turn 1, he kind of skipped turn 2, and then he had turn 3 and 4 decent, and still he had chances to bring it back, but then you can't skip another
No,
turn.
no.
So
Impossible.
there you go. But well done to both of the players. Like these are not easy matchups, regardless. Like they don't play themselves for sure.
No.
With the hindsight, we can say that Yellow Vader to me looked a little bit. I mean,
For
it's
sure,
not-
on paper,
on
as
paper,
the
but
matchup
everyone can see
by a lot.
it's a matchup where like especially with 3 Bazines and 3 TIE Phantoms in the main.
Yeah.
And with Bosk without any entrenched or any Snokes
Yeah.
either in the main or in the side, and only like bombing runs inside, which makes sense. I mean, you're not gonna like.
But still, congrats to Fabiano that he managed to like
Wait.
win at least one
Yeah,
game.
yeah, right,
so
yeah,
it
well
was
done,
very,
2-1.
very, very
Also,
good.
with a deck that right now is not very played, you know.
No,
Right,
not at all.
yeah.
And also not against the
Compared to like
Vader.
2-3 months ago, where Bosk Blue was mainstream, was a very
Right
meta deck.
now
it's
it's a kind of a meta call, like
Yeah,
because like Boss can
agree.
adapt to all metas, but like if the metas are very diverse, obviously things get harder for Boss because
True.
you're trying to mess with what other people are doing, and if everyone is doing something different, like you
it's
can't
hard
mess
to,
with-
to cover every matchup.
so-
But a thing that I'd be curious to know is Fabiano decided to keep his hand, which in the end turned out to be pretty
Right.
bad. So I'd like to know what was his hand, honestly.
Yeah.
Probably with the
that's
bombing run, as
interesting.
we said, but Vader played around it, and so
Yeah, right. He didn't even give him a good bombing run. That might have been it.
Okay.
Right. And very well.
So-
And well done to Fabiano.
Okay,
Good one.
we're still waiting for the last of the top 8.
This Rove
Next
against.
Rove versus Daniele, which, as we said before, is the Kira Data Vault versus the Unsettled CL.
Right.
Yep.
And in the meantime, they will be playing. We will just take a break, and we will
Yeah.
be back with the semifinals.
Siesta time already.
We will
Yeah.
still have our special guest, DJ
Yes,
Clero,
I'm here all day.
but
Yes.
the only caster that we will be fixed for all the 3 games is him. So
Yeah.
you're blessed to have him.
I'm having a time, enjoying this. I'm on TV,
Yes.
mom. Yes, I'm fine.
And so.
Very good.
Thank
See
for
you
being
soon,
us.
guys.
Yeah. See you soon. Bye bye.
Here we are.
And we are back. Back with the list, some pretty official documents there. So
We are in top 4 now. So, okay. Percy to change the.
So it is actually like everything is correct there. So we have Trapper. I know both of these guys, really nice people. We see a firm handshake there. So we have Trapper with Han 1 green. Pretty interesting list. I don't know if we can have access to the list to see every card. Now we might have a look peer through. But interesting, of course, still strong deck from set 1. It evolved, it changed a lot, but like now we see the die getting trapped in there. Still a strong list, and we are back with the Vader guy, Vader player. I think the Quinlan player wasn't like so happy being on stream, so we rather went with this matchup. And so very nice. Like what's your prediction? Like what looks favored for you into this matchup? I have
It's
my own
interesting.
idea, but
Like I think Vader is a little bit over against Han.
is Vader is better?
Yeah, I think yeah.
That's my guess as well, because like one thing about Han that is really good is that Han can have some pretty big units really early.
Yeah, but
The thing though is that like Vader runs still no good to be dead. Like I
Yeah,
believe,
yeah.
So
I think yes.
it's always a gamble to do something like that. Yeah, you can come. And of course you take-
Cece, the cam of Giovanni isn't appear because
it's too beautiful.
yeah, also, but there is some problem with the entities, so he can appear on stream because if someone
The way
snitches
you,
the
if you
stream.
phrase it like this, it looks like
No,
it's a
yeah,
criminal.
obviously.
No, it's
But,
just like he just didn't want to have the camera.
Yeah,
We
for
respect his
personal
will.
problems.
And so what's interesting here is that like obviously like Vader needs to open well as it is for all games.
Yeah.
One really nasty play that Han can do against Vader is Han's like the Millennium
Millennium,
Falcon around 1.
But it's the only answer to Vader. So he
Yeah.
need to mulligan to search the Millennium. I
Right.
see it.
Oh yeah, we might see it in hand. So in that case, like if Vader opens with only 1 drop and Han opens with the Millennium, that's kind of nasty.
Yeah.
If Vader opens with 2 1-drops and Han opens with the Millennium, that's still like not great for Vader, but it's a lot better. Now
Okay.
we see him opening with like the ship that can be stolen. I forgot the name, but like we
The
all familiar with
merciless ship.
God of
No,
Mercy on us.
Spacca.
And now we
Archeologo.
see immediately the
Ah,
Falcon.
mercenary gunship.
So already Vader like needs to take like breathe in and like go whew.
Yeah.
Whew. And do we have access to the Han Solo list?
Oh,
Is
yeah.
it somewhere?
Yep.
Just to see like have a reference
Yeah.
if there are like outs to specific things.
Yeah. Percy, I want to do this, but I can't do it on the OBS, so thank you. Also, Steve, it's not hunted by the Rebellion. Rebellion doesn't hunt. It's hunted by the Empire. It's different.
Oh, we see some lore
Yeah.
collection here from the chat. So what we see in the game is actually a pretty decent follow up to this
Oh, yeah.
to this like one like very rare shield unit that is running.
Il Trapper deck is piloting and solo, so yes, have some many ship.
Like,
I didn't remember that.
He has like a lot of piloting like units, but he has like flexibility in his game plan.
Yeah.
He's not locked onto this game plan, which actually against like Vader, since Vader runs like the coordinate ship that captures, might backfire pretty hardly. But like so the opening was really heavily in favor of Trapper,
Yeah.
and now what we see here is the 7-fleet defender is kind of like one of the few shots that like the Vader player had to immediately swing it back in his favor. And what we're seeing here is two
You
Falcons.
think to go to base? Yeah, I think with Vader I'm going to destroy the Millennium.
Yeah, there is an
Legendary.
argument for either, but then the thing is like that the other like you can value trade into the Falcon, but then the other Falcon is going to value.
Oh
trade
yeah,
into
yeah,
7-fleet.
obviously. But I think you
So-
need to remove that threat. If you don't remove it's,
I don't know, like it's interesting. Like I can see both lines, but like I do think that, like, if we go to the long game, we have a deck that is playing, like, at the very least, Amphi's Nest, Endless Pro with tokens,
Absolutely.
and, like, Luke Skywalker out of aspect, like,
it's
so,
also Cat Bane.
like, Cat Bane from the side, or for, like, what I mean is, like, I can see both ways, but it does make sense going to base here. It's not a bad play. At the end of the day, he wants to protect the engines because he needs to. He's gonna generate a token, and now, probably see,
okay.
he's got another engine to protect. And now, well, that's big.
Oh wow.
And that's also big.
He's destroyed the Victoria.
That's actually insanely huge.
I think Vader just lose
so
the
in these
game.
couple of actions, a lot happened. So Victor Leader was a big swing on the Vader side, but these on solo is a really, really nasty play.
Yeah.
Because now the thing is, like, if Vader somehow manages to get coordinate and capture that ship, I'm sure
it's beautiful.
Trapper is not happy, but it's not that sad either. Like, that ship already traded with, like, the best unit in there, without taking any damage back. That's absolutely insane. Like, so.
But I think
with this opening, like, looking kind of green for Vader, I'll be honest.
I think the best way to now for Giovanni is to draw an overwhelming barrage, put on the defender, and destroy something, and after.
Yeah, that's an option. Like, you can do that. Like, I mean, it's not like gone, but, like, now it's all on Giovanni's shoulders to make sure he takes it back. Like, if Trapper draws as well as Giovanni, it's Trapper's game. Like, so Giovanni needs to draw a little bit better and somehow find a window to outplay him.
I see Anobi. Oh, and also see the Sanguine Shuttle.
Right.
No, it's also can play Sanguine Shuttle, stall a unit, and after destroy 2 tokens to play the Geonosis Patroller and bounce one another.
Right. Yeah. Sure. He can do. I don't know about the Geonosis Patroller in this spot, like, because, like, it depends if. But surely, like, I mean, what's what we were saying? He has answers to like a piloted ship. The thing is, like, he didn't play like a Luke or something. Like, all the pilots that this hand the deck plays are either hard to remove, like Chewbacca, or they give you some value anyways. Like, So if now, I'm not sure why. So the initiative is on Trapper's side. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Like, it's not going to be a walk in the park for.
Bright Hopper?
There you go. Yeah. How do you trigger coordinate with this board?
Yeah, obviously.
That's a thing. Like,
you can do an overwhelming barrage for free to the tie token.
that's kind of sad, though.
Yeah.
I don't think he's gonna get it if he does that.
Yeah.
Like,
in our
so
pool,
Trapper kind of playing around like the coordinates somehow, or like, I don't know if he's explicitly playing around that, but he's certainly doing a lot. Now in this scenario, like, if he's considering trading the tie for the Millennium, which makes sense. I mean, that tie is not gonna live a long happy life. It looks like.
Chat, vote to the pool. So we have seen some speculation about who win. And let's see.
I mean, now we have 100% Han, which I don't know what is based on.
Only 2 votes.
Only 2 votes, but based on this board, like, it makes sense. But yeah, I mean, like, if he trades that Falcon and he plays he has the ship that bounce, he doesn't need to. The thing is, he doesn't need to necessarily exploit for that. He can just play it for 5 and return the unit to hand. But I would trade before.
Yeah, before.
I would trade earlier because
Absolutely.
the thing is, like, yes, you're gonna take. Oh no, what he's doing is, like, interesting. He is playing it for less just to bounce back. So we saw a double bounce this round. So he still has 2 resources to do something else. That's interesting.
What he can do with 2 resources?
Well, I mean, it is like nearly half of his deck costs 2 resources, so he can play something else.
No, but I see his hand. It's nothing. OB, the defender, Shang-Chi, it's all free cost.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm not sure in that case. But what I mean, like, if I had played it not knowing every detail of their hand, I would have probably traded the tie.
Absolutely.
And then I would play that for 5 and I would tank the damage.
Maybe
but if he didn't do that and he's in top 8, maybe he has better.
Absolutely. But I think he doesn't want the Millennium with Han do 5-6 damage to the base, 7 damage on the base.
He's saving 7 damage, but like here, like, damage matters, but I think it's more a matter of value because like. Trading a token for a Millennium Falcon.
Take initiative.
So in that case, he didn't even need.
My God.
And then there you go. Like, and now we're back to square one.
Yeah.
Like, what did he achieve in this run? I achieved a little bit, but like now removing the Falcon in this position, especially when you have such a juicy trade, and you don't have anything else to. So at the very least, he could have played like the thing for 5 without.
Yeah, I think
Using,
I think the trade with the tie it's a mistake to not do.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it would have made sense if you had another strong tool
Yeah,
to follow
absolutely.
up. But like, even if you don't want to do the trade first for whatever reason, it doesn't look like there was much of a necessity to use what's it called, like to sacrifice.
Yeah.
I forgot the name, to exploit the token there.
The
Like in this
board
scenario,
changed
suppose
completely.
if he has like no good to me dead, that makes sense. He holds, like, because he could no good to me dead the hand. But in
Yeah.
this scenario, like, if he didn't have a guardian.
Lekuga, yeah, he saves some AKP, yes, but now how
Now-
he can save now the situation?
I mean,
he
the
can
thing is, like,
deploy
he could
Vader.
have saved the HPs regardless. He just didn't have to sacrifice the token, because he could play the card for 5 without sacrificing the token,
Yeah.
since he didn't use the resources regardless.
Okay,
So-
the for one.
Now we have the 4. All right, yeah, that's an interesting one. So that one is good. Like, I mean, we're seeing like it's a lot of tough choices for the yellow Vader, because it's a deck that is not used to be in this position as a control deck. for
Now
XML.
oh my goodness.
So
and solo.
in its, but what we are seeing is that this Vader deck, regardless, has the flexibility of handling a board. Like,
Let's see.
even when he's in a position
Okay,
that's not really
no
comfortable for him.
one, no on solo, so it's okay. But I think it plays
Well, I
now.
mean, like, I'm seeing a Kira there, which is like pretty nasty, especially
Yeah.
in combination with the ship on the sky. But like, I don't see all the cards. I'm waiting to see what he decides. And
Kira is not so good because Vader have 5 of power, so it kills
Right.
Kira.
he kills Kira right away. That's correct. Yeah, it depends. Like, what else he has to make. He can do a 3-2-2. I can't really. I have vision problems. I
You have,
guess.
you have the Stolen Hauler,
Yeah.
the
like,
L3 43.
is that a Han Solo? I can't see. No.
No, it's
probably
not
Han
Han
Solo
Solo.
would have been like an easier answer. That's what
Yeah.
he was looking for, probably. Yeah. Right. Because so now he needs to make some less obvious decisions, but like it looks like he doesn't have. Yeah, you see, he still goes for. It's like he heals for 6, and then he has that. So, and now he can call for like.
Overwhelm Barrage, I think.
Yeah, he can call for that. He can call for Waylay. He can call for. I wouldn't take the ship that steal the capture ship.
It's too late for the sanction now.
Well, he hardly has ever had coordinate in the whole game, thanks to that Falcon play early on. So now, yeah, he can think about it. Like, I can see like OB is certainly scary. You can call something that would come down this turn. But like, yeah, probably OB is the bit, like, is the card that like, Giovanni is counting on for coming back.
Anything who he claim, Vader kill Kira solo.
And
Okay,
one
Ki-
thing to consider is Kira doesn't like shut down the card regardless. It just but like it just delays it, so the other cards could still be played. So overwhelming barrage. The thing is here, like, you kill the Kira. Okay, you kill the Kira, but then your Vader
Yeah, it's dead.
is dead to Han, and then at that point you don't have a good barrage anymore. Like, at that point you probably need to do barrage on your TIE Phantom, on your not Phantom, sorry,
Defender.
on the 7th Fleet, and then you can get Trapper's ship on your side of the board if that's what's going on. But that's assuming that Han has nothing else to do on the board, which like it's not necessarily the case.
No, definitely
Especially
no.
that's if Han draws like nothing, has
I
no cards
see-
and no smuggle. So
I see another wing enforcement. You have the Millennium of Lando.
So-
the answer is
it's like it kind of needs to hope Giovanni here, like that Han has a turn that is kind of mid, and he can swing it back pretty solidly. But so far this Han didn't have like a lot of switch. So we see exactly what we predicted, like Han ramping to and killing Vader, and now if he wants he can do a barrage that is like good but not that good on the ship, or he can like kill Vader. Like,
if you put a barrage on the defender, doesn't kill. Oh,
Well,
he can kill all the.
It can, like, it's basically a takedown, yeah, and And the good thing is he takes the ship on his side. The thing is that Han is awkwardly living with 1 health, and
Yeah.
1 health is a hell. Like 1 health on the ground is a nightmare for this deck,
Yeah.
unless he has OP. Like, is he running? Is the Han Solo running any? No, he's running 2 salvage on the side.
Yeah.
So he's not running salvage. Like otherwise, salvage on the ship in response to
my-
this.
Wow.
I mean, it would have been insane because still, like, you know, you can trade it again.
Wow.
But it would have been kind of like, you know, kind of trolly, like kind
Yeah.
of fun. to do.
Also, he
Like he probably like he would have saved like
5 damage in base.
yeah, but I mean like of course like,
Oh.
there you go, like what we're gonna do, and at that point that's a lot better than
Yeah,
salvage, like, you know.
definitely.
A Luke on board, like sure this Vader is running like no good to me nets. Like the good thing about this list is that thanks to the efficiency of the removal in these colors, it can still play the control game. I mean not like Bosk, but to a decent level.
Han Solo?
No,
Vader.
Giovanni. Like
Okay.
you know, it can always no good to me that Luke.
yeah, yeah.
That's very efficient. But yeah, it's not a spot where, you know, if you asked him this morning, yeah, I'd love to be there.
Yeah.
No,
and,
that's not what we do.
and now we have 10 damage in base for Trapper,
10 damage, yeah.
and he restored 3. So
So and 0 damage, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you know, he needs to deal like 30 damage before Trapper can swing a bunch of attacks. So again, he's still waiting for that turn where Trapper kind of plays a mid turn and he plays an insane turn, and that turn hasn't come yet. Like Giovanni's played really well with what is being given by the game, but Trapper has done that as well, and he got an early advantage. So
I think the change to not to destroy the Millennium with the tie and exploit it, it's the
yeah, it's a turning point.
game,
Yeah,
turning
right.
point.
Like there, I don't think it was lazy, but like he had a window to equalize, and that
Yeah.
window kind of didn't go away. I think like there might have been a bit of a mistake, but also like, you know, Trapper had a pretty like nice follow up
Yeah.
to that. So
sorry, it doesn't have the double blue, not equalize.
no,
You-
no.
you
Yo, I'm going. See you later, Chan.
I'm joking.
So see, just a couple of rounds and Vader is already on 30 in our survey. Like some people are getting hope for this deck, and let's see. So Trapper decides to do something rather interesting. He swings first with Han to ramp. So
Yeah.
he's assuming that Lux can take the swing, and his assumption is pretty good because it doesn't look like there is an answer on Luke. straight
Maybe
away.
he attacked with Han also for another OB.
Right, yeah, it makes sense. Like, you know, he didn't care about the restore,
Yeah.
so he didn't care about
Yeah,
anything.
it's a 7 health.
So it makes sense. He didn't care about the extra damage.
Oh, okay, concede.
And in front of that, like, yeah, Vader. I think, like, I'm not sure if Vader would have won it regardless, but like, yeah, when he had the tie and that exchange, there was a small window to take it back.
Yeah.
Regardless, like, you know, the first 2 rounds, like, you know, he kind of needs like a vow to the Hail Mary to get back from there, because the first 2 rounds were just absolutely backbreaking for Vader. And he did play well after that, but not well enough. Not well enough. He did play well, but Trapper played well as well. So
Yeah,
you,
absolutely.
you know, you need your opponent to give you some air after those 2 rounds, and there was no air. So
Also, we see a little Death Star in the board.
what's this?
It's a Death Star.
Oh, is it the initiative token?
Yeah. So, they are sideboarding, and we want to remember you to subscribe to our channel if you want to support us.
Remember, the 5th
Yeah.
of November.
Gunpowder, treason, plot.
Oh, there you go.
And put a like on the stream so YouTube is happy, and share about the semi-final and the final. And if you want to support us, it's also the super chat with the donation or the monthly membership. If you want to support this free day of work, thank you.
£200 the other day were donated? No, I'm just anyways, so from the side, what do you think they're gonna get?
I think it's Cat Bane is the best thing to do.
Cat Bane?
Yeah, it have all little thing.
So we see
Also the token.
we see confiscate R2D2. I mean, a confiscate is probably a good shot.
Confiscate?
I'm like, let's check. Does he run? Like, he already launched 2 bamboozle main Trapper. He really like came prepared, and I don't know if he feels like the necessity of confiscates from the side. Like, you know, that's
I
his
think
call.
yes.
Like, I mean, it depends. Like, you know, it's always what you're gonna cut for that. Like, so Luke did it pretty well, like just like something that is kind of demoralizing for the opponent to see. And as on one, I don't think we're gonna see that. Salvage is decent as well, but like you're seeing, like there is no bright hope. Like so, Salvage is kind of like, you know, it looks like an anti-control deck. Like not really a card that in this deck has the potential. Because in theory, Salvage is good against aggro as well if you have if you have Sentinels. But in this scenario, no, not so much, I would say. And so it looks like, yeah, he doesn't have anything specifically against this, and in a way that's because his main game plan, if it works with the Millennium Falcon, is already very good against this deck. And especially the Unsolo Pilot as well is like cherry on top. And what about Giovanni? What do you think he's gonna get?
Yeah, that's his list.
I mean, we've seen some like spicy stuff like last time, but like again, I don't know how much of this is like, I don't remember them by heart quite a lot, but I don't know how much of this is like really, really nasty against this specific matchup. So we see.
Oh, Maul.
Maul is very interesting. Maul is one of the few ways where you can. So I would bring down Maul.
I think I put Maul and the Swoop Down.
Swoop Down is really interesting.
Yeah.
Yes, Swoop Down is a really good tech against
With
this deck.
Swoop Down, you can kill Solo.
Yeah, of course, because Unsolo is obviously. I mean, I don't discover this myself. Like, you know, it's not something that like, you know, we are realizing right now. Like, Unsolo is a problematic unit, so for. Like as we said, this deck is like is cleverly built because he has options like against other things. Even though he has a very specific and unique game plan to be countered, it has like some few things that can like mess up with other people's game plans.
Yeah.
Escort Fighter, if you're really afraid of like, I don't know, I don't know if you would put the third like it's.
Oh yeah, for the Millennium.
Yeah, it's very good against Millennium. Like other decks certainly want more Escort Fighters, but this deck. I am not sure that's the main plan is like, you know, to control hand, so that's it.
But if you control the first 2 turns his Millennium, it's very
yeah, I mean, you can do the token as well. I can see it, like, you know, I don't know, it's always like massively, you need to take out something, so it depends on how he feels. Oh, yeah. And Confiscate as well, it's an interesting one. Would you bring Confiscate against this deck because of all the pilots?
About Giovanni?
Yeah, from Giovanni's side against Vader. Yeah, maybe one. It makes sense. Like, you know, it's always a mind play because, like, obviously, like, you know, Trapper knows what Giovanni's deck does. He cleverly played around the captures.
But now Trappers know Giovanni has Confiscate inside. So
yeah, there you go. So it's also maybe you don't play it like, you know.
Bluff. You can. Yeah, I have 1 resources. What you do?
Yeah, there is always that, like, you know, when like Confiscate, that like some players like take out their I mean, I don't think he's gonna take out his pilots, but still like they don't lean too much into that game plan because people have Confiscate. Yes. So you might even say, I'm not gonna play Confiscate because people are gonna play around Confiscate, or like, you know, he thinks I'm gonna play around Confiscate, so he's not gonna play around Confiscate.
Maybe Giovanni.
It's like it's like a poker bluff, and in this, whoever has the best mind reading skills, which I'm sure our players have, wins. But I never know what to do in this scenario.
I want to do a joke, but I don't do.
Say it.
No. Giovanni, he cannot Sideboard Confiscate, but still have 1 resources left.
Right. Yeah. It's a card that you can bluff. It's the most poker card in this game, like, because it's such a like you can still bluff it, and like but. I think I talked with Trapper once, and like not against this deck specifically, but like sometimes against some decks, part of his plan is to bait the opponent with the pilot plan on game 1, and then take out the pilot plan after, like, you know, baiting the opponent to side in the Confiscates and go for like a completely different, like more traditional Assault. That's a smart way of approaching the matchup.
Absolutely. I want to know in English how to say consenso.
Consent.
Okay. A Pacific doesn't ask your consent, but if you something people give a like, you need to kiss. And
sure, I'll go home by home.
And if they comment, 1 coaching session.
Oh, then no one is gonna comment. No one will want that, and everyone wants the kiss, of course. I don't think they want the kiss either.
I want to ask for donation.
One subscription.
A Pacific, just say thank you.
I got a new job, I see. The oldest in the world, right?
The oldest in the world.
That's what we say here.
The coaching, right?
No, that's not what I mean. We all know what it means, the whimpering face.
Yeah.
Anyway, so sideboard happened, now they're shuffling, and of course shuffling is like, put all your shuffling skills in here, because those 2 turns, as we've seen with this Vader deck, and especially with the decks that play against the Vader deck, those turn 1 and 2, like, determine a lot of what's gonna come back. Determine if for Vader this is gonna be like a slide, like, down the hill, or if it's gonna be like a walk
You want to
up the
go
mountain.
to say to inform about the other semifinal? If they are finished, they are.
Let's go there.
Yeah.
To see
Well,
what's
we
happening.
know about the Quillan versus Kira.
Finland versus Kira. QQ. So,
QQQ. BBQ.
so let's see. I think like I'll be with, because my vision
Oh,
is severely
confiscate.
impaired. So there is a confiscate. So he did put the confiscate.
Yeah.
Not happy with his hand. I mean, doesn't have a
I-
falcon. Like
yeah,
I don't
it's
even know
useless
if
falcon.
he had like a turn 1. We have the privilege of seeing the Trapper's hand because he's playing very very much forward. We don't see what Giovanni is shuffling. He's a mysterious man. We only see a pair of hands.
No face, no hand,
No hand.
nothing.
Mystery man. He's like, it's actually, it makes it's very fitting. He has the Vader mask. And so
Also,
there we go. Let's see.
Also, shuffling. If you wanted to donate, not with YouTube, we can also have a PayPal.
It's only fun for our people.
PayPal. If you want, I can give you the mail.
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I give you the mail.
Yeah, for me, thank you. Yeah. Interesting. Let's see. So mulligan from both sides, is it? Like
Yeah.
We can't like I haven't followed Giovanni's hands. Like, but of course, like when you see a mulligan, you're always happy if your opponent has to mulligan. And, like,
Steve, for the F, it's not. But if you donate something in the chat, super chat, PayPal, we have something too special to send you. A photo of the other night of Alfie 1.
a photo of Alfie 1 for the other night. Wow, really high price. Like
Yeah,
high price
yeah.
stuff. Like keeping it like up there.
Yeah.
Ooh,
I've sent you.
I say,
I send you. If
He's
you do
saying
something, I send you.
So let's see. This is gonna be like let's follow this because like.
Oh.
And we see something like that no one could
Oh my
predict.
God,
And
2
there you go.
millennium.
But like Trapper is good enough to keep 2 millennium. So at that point, none of them is a good millennium in a way. Like they're
Yeah.
both like the slow millennium.
But
so-
Vader has nothing in space, so
But
play
he doesn't
now.
open to space. Like
He
he
play
was
now,
too
so
afraid.
it's
Too
right.
afraid. And now what we are seeing is like, probably that's gonna happen. Like at that point, calling millennium makes sense because like it's not like salvage or like or Emphis Nest where much like. But let's say like smart idea to go for the Bazin, like very surprising. But like he played it into a hand where Bazin
Yeah.
kind of missed. Like all the cards were like he had enough to play
Um,
something now, and all the other cards were like kind of whatever.
Why not play salvage in this case and that millennium take in hand? Bamboozle or
I could do that. Like it's kind of the same. Yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
but
Like,
you have also the millennium in the end.
the thing is like the salvage could be any card, and
Yeah.
it's not it damages, whereas the millennium is the millennium. So we see like a big risk taken by Giovanni, not opening with the. I mean, maybe that's what he drew as well. Like we don't know if it's a choice, but this gamble, which could have been genius, didn't pay off. Because in the end, like Trapper had kind of the hand that
Yeah.
nullified the effect.
Why
So
Steve does 2 damage and not only one?
Only one.
Only one.
Still damage, like
Yeah.
So Bazin's winging, and now for Giovanni, like it's not a nightmare, but I don't think that's the opening he was
No.
dreaming of. Like
No good.
and no good. Like he's playing is going for a really interesting and very different approach to the matchup. Very different from what Vader does most of the times, and very different from what Vader has done into the other matchups
And
as well.
we
He's
need,
trying something different, and
we
I'm
need,
very curious to see if it's gonna pay off.
We need to understand if this another way to approach the match is for a choice
Right.
or for the hand.
Yeah, I mean, I hope it's for choice. If it's for the
Yeah,
hand, that's
absolutely.
pretty bad. Like
Yeah,
if he's forced to do that in the match where he's like if either he wins or he's out, that's kind of harsh to see.
Yeah.
If it's something that he's choosing to do and is completely messing up with like Trapper's way to approach the matchup, it's just genius. So we might ask him later, but like we are in that like exciting line between folly and genius. That's where we are walking.
Yeah.
Tightrope.
So
I got some news from the other table. So Alessandro is leading with 1 victory.
Oh, okay.
Which one is it? Like, is it the
Quinlan.
Quinlan, right?
Yeah.
Interesting.
And other things I wanted to point out, we have the Jedi symbol above the player's name, means that he has won like one game.
Right.
And because someone was
Was
asking
asked, so
about that,
it's
yeah,
1-0.
so
Yeah. It's 1-0 in terms of damage because of that Bazin's wing, but
just wanted to point out.
And now the engine, like, you know, after this, like, so the engine is being delayed, but now the engine can start.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Trapper, like, you know, I think like the hand was not perfect for like for Giovanni's twist, but Trapper kind of was like taken
Oh
by
my
surprise
goodness.
from this. Like, you know, it looks like he hasn't like
I
really
think,
figured out a way to get out of
I
this.
could put out or Bamboozle or Solo, but maybe Bamboozle.
Yeah, interesting. Like, I could see either. Like, you know, a Bamboozle is more for the future. Like, but it might not even deploy on the space. And Solo is like is a great value in the present. So
I would go for
Yeah, but the Millennium is Tapper. So
right, but I can play next turn. He can like, does he have enough resources to play around? I can't
Solo.
really. He does not, right?
no,
I
I mean, he can put it with Anne, so he can
I
like.
would have done the same.
Like, it looks like the thing is like I don't think his plan is to deploy Vader on space anyways, because this deck has too many ways to mess up. Like, you know, it's still a gamble. He discards his Bamboozle. He can draw one of the two confiscate from the side or another Bamboozle. So it might be a winning play, but it's a risky one. So now we see this Bazin terribly backfire because he actually gave him the out. So there was even like a place where there the Bazin doesn't discard anything, because this is exactly what Giovanni doesn't want to see. Is a Falcon that trades into his non-token unit, and that stops the engine right back. So I would say that these Bazins were like somewhere between genius and folly, but somehow, not because of Giovanni's fault, but because of luck, both of them backfired pretty hard, especially this one.
Yeah, absolutely. But I think now the best way for him is to what's next? If you can stop for a moment with something like the Sanctioneer, you stop the
Right.
the race.
He still has ways. Like, let's see that, like, you know, if he wasn't this unlucky with the Bazins, this line was genius. Like, you know, he did something really messed up with Trapper. Somehow though the Bazins were both a gamble, and I think he lost both of these gambles. So yeah, it's still not in a bad spot, but he could have been in a better spot given the line he took. And now we see, is the initiative with Trapper, is it?
It's in the middle.
It's in
No
the middle.
one has
So-
initiative.
So yeah, it's probably for with Giovanni, I would assume, since he did last. And now, yeah, it's not an easy spot with Giovanni because in terms of damage, I mean,
Oh, no good.
and we are seeing another no good, which, however, is good, but I don't know how much like Vader can keep playing control like from this scenario. Like,
I
you know.
think he's still waiting for Vader to come up in the ground or in space and play OB over them.
Well, but OB like you can play it for free. It's a great card, but it's not that good that you can play it. without-
Oh, yeah.
Like, so what
But
I mean
it's
is
7
like,
damage and kill all the million.
Right. It's gonna be next turn. Yeah, he could do something like that. He needs to watch out though, because we're talking about like a Han Solo that can play like, you know, is a 6 cost leader for the that has 6 health. I believe the Vader is it 5/6. So
yeah,
and we're
I saw
talking
him.
about a Han Solo deck with 3 Han Solos. So
Yeah.
again, like, you know, really nicely played from Giovanni. We are in completely uncharted territory, but somehow, like, you know, the game didn't really reward his strategy, even though certainly, like, you know, it did mess up Trapper. So the second Bazin, again, we'd like to find out if it's out of necessity or out of choice. The second Bazin helping the opponent instead of hindering them was really not something that Giovanni needed to improve his chances here.
Okay.
And so now we're seeing like this kind of sadly played beforehand.
Oh wow.
And no, but like the thing is, like, even if he plays it afterhand, he doesn't have the vehicle to stop it. So we see like this is like kind of a sad play. Like I mean, it's not bad. It allows him to deploy in there. But it's still
I think it's the way it's best for him is to fake pass with the Vader action. Okay, it isn't tech, it isn't the token. Okay, but you play Han and you play that one and you tap Han.
No, but the thing is like to tap with that, you still in the
yeah.
space unit, and
Yeah,
it doesn't even
sorry.
have that because
Sorry.
like because you played 2 Bazines
Yeah.
and these tokens were demolished by
Yeah,
so
sorry.
Here
I doesn't remember.
looking kind of rough, and you remember that bamboozle? I don't think Trapper uses that. So like deploying in space, which would be nasty here, can also backfire pretty spectacularly. I'm not sure if Trapper has the cards in hand to play that bamboozle for free. But he probably has. Yeah, he has 2. That's all he needs.
And we have 3 Millennium. Wow.
Yeah, that's why you need governors against this deck. But
You pay 4, it's okay.
yeah, out of aspect. Like yeah, but that's the thing. Like that's one like rare occasion where like this kind of game plan, if the governor, if Bazin had been a governor, if instead of Bazin he had a governor,
Yeah.
in that scenario.
But I think I have the answer to kill the governor. It's only 4 health.
Yeah, but like I mean, what does he have for 4 health? Not
Yeah,
an
Reese.
awful lot, like
Reese is yeah, in both game, yeah.
Yeah, Trapper's draws like where like let's say that like especially because Giovanni played to kind of like counter Trapper's luck.
Okay,
He plays OB again, not a bad play, still kind of like kind of a sad play because all of this like it's probably the best plays in this scenario, but it's still sad because the board like still a long way to make sure that this. In terms of damage though, the good thing is like we're not seeing anyone that is like fighting for their life, but in terms of board, yeah, like this Vader deck needs some serious misses from the hand side and some serious like nuts from his side to swing it back, and maybe we're gonna see that. We hope like for game 3 at least for the show.
Yeah. I don't understand
show
Pass
must go
Frig.
on.
Does it give more XP points? I don't know.
It depends. Triple of Falcon. Or it's saying like if you make a triple of Falcons, do you get like is that an achievement?
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
maybe you can-
okay.
Xbox Live achievement.
Yeah, unlocked.
Achievement unlocked.
Unlocked.
But
the grand score.
there is 4 Falcon in the game. Also gold leader.
Gold
is the
leader.
main
Yeah,
Falcon.
well, is the governor doesn't stop him.
Yeah.
So we see Giovanni like not realizing his OB saves him, like which I would understand if I was Giovanni here, like to keep calm and cool in such a spot is so. And like actually we see that like because I'm not sure about that trade from Trapper, but because Trapper traded, now we see the kind of turn that Giovanni needed to bring this back.
Yeah.
So
why
It's
Giovanni,
not,
why Trapper trade the ship?
it might have been a bait, like something makes me feel like he might want a salvage on 1. Does he have the resources to do? I can't count,
Whoa.
I count. Yeah.
6.
But so like I don't think Trapper is just like trading 2 for 1 like this just for fun. Like he has like he certainly has a good plan like for this. But
you want to do the third game, so.
but
more
this
content.
kind of turn, to be honest, with the OB and the double trade, is the kind of turn that Vader needs to come back. He doesn't
absolutely.
need only one of these; he needs like a couple of those. But like one is already a good start.
Yes.
Now, if we had seen like something really
Tech.
strong from like Tech, in this scenario, actually, is not a miss, but is not an amazing turn because now we see like Tech could be killed by Vader, and then if Vader gets killed by Han, actually Bazin can finish up the Han. So 0 health is a lot less than 1.
Yeah.
So in that, I don't know what the players are going to decide to do. Of course, Tech is always like even
menace.
without DJ is always a card that like gives you the creeps because it gives like a whole other hand to Vader to Han. So it's the player's shot. But the thing is like if I had the normal 7 cost leader, I wouldn't really go below like Unsolos. So I
Okay.
wouldn't make him go to 6 health. But since Vader has 6 health anyways, like is liable to be one shot by Unsolo at any point on a top deck, and we've seen that like Trapper has good skills when it comes to top deck.
Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
So I might since that it's not going to be a race in damage here, I might want to use the value, and
Yeah.
that's what it goes for. Even though, interestingly enough, let's see, he goes for something that neither of us had thought about, which seems pretty smart. He just is done with it. Like he wanna kill it, and now
I think it's the best way.
I think this is actually like it's actually the best thing Bazin did this game. Like, you know, but and now it's all on Trapper's shoulders, you know, to make sure that sure he can trade with tech, he can get a unit from tech. So I don't know if that's like I am personally scared of tech. I might have actually gone for tech, but this line makes a lot of sense as well.
You can
And,
play
like
with 7, you can play blue leader.
it depends. Like I can't quite count the math because I'm already bad enough like with my own. But it depends how many resources he has. If he is anywhere below 9 resources,
7.
yeah.
Oh,
what? There you go.
solo.
So like the worst thing that he could have done with tech was take Han Solo
No, it doesn't take
from the resources. But if he has Han Solo in the hand, there you go. But it's good he didn't just go base because at that point you're always liable to Han Solo. So again, like you know, holding his ground here, Giovanni. But somehow Trapper with like just some decent plays, since he had like a lot of advantage, he can just keep being ahead. Like,
I think
and here Giovanni needs the nuts again. Like he's again in a position where he needs the nuts to get out of this pickle. And maybe he has them. Like hopefully he has them. But
Yeah,
so
I think this is all. I think, yeah.
So there you go. It's very nice, very nice. Like I mean, again, like we are in a scenario where like you know, no good to be dead. Kind of wastes 2 turns for so. We are in a pretty much of a top deck situation.
Wait. Racer, it says Trapper has all the answer. Yes, but how he will respond to the Republic keeps going?
Maybe yet another millennium. Like, the thing is like the Han Solo deck is obviously more flexible because it has access to cards from the discard, cards from the resources. It can like do kind of whatever you want compared to Vader, which is really strict. And we have felt this really because like Giovanni tried to limit Trapper, like try to chain like the plays of Trapper, try to make sure that Trapper had forced plays, and Trapper like
Another millennium. Wait.
like a snake,
Let's
always
see.
found a way out of the cage.
Here we
like,
are.
like, you know,
Here we are.
like
Another
the
millennium.
cylinder.
Even if you chop options from this deck, it's always it always adds something like
Oh,
there you
on
go,
one.
your own
Oh
one
my
into Falcon.
goodness. Oh my goodness.
And now as Vader, I don't know how you deal with this. Like you know,
Yeah.
ideally you
Yes.
shouldn't have gone like to this point, but you did because not because of your fault, but because that's how the game played out. And here, what do you do?
Nothing.
You cry.
Cry.
And Cedric, you flip the table.
You flip the table. I mean, and of course, like you're not gonna flip the table, but what I mean, Giovanni is still trying to play it, but still, we are like there is little on board technically, and I don't see a lot of ways to deal
Risa,
with this board.
I know you are joking.
No, of course. No, what I mean is like I can see why I would flip the table, probably. I can see why Giovanni is not flipping the table.
Because it's on stream.
Because he's on stream. But here, oh boy. Like he needs to start one of these units and then the other one for next round.
Wow.
That's kind of like, yeah.
Oh.
That's kind of
GG.
overkill, but like, yeah, with that hand, there's no way. So, interesting games. I don't think they were undoable. Really interesting to see what Giovanni did in this, but he was really unlucky. Like, he was like very daring in his plays, and his gambles could have been really nasty, but that's when you take a discard, that's always that option. Like, you know, unless it's you can always like you can be back-breaking, or you can miss when you discard something. And he missed twice in a row.
Yeah. So, thank you. We have a little break. We wait for the final.
Yeah, well played to both of them. Well played to Trapper, roller coaster, ravaging, and well played to Giovanni as well. Like, you know, navigating a very tough matchup with a lot of skill. So,
Okay.
well played to both.
See you
See you
next
soon.
time.
See you on the other side. What is this?
final.
Oh yes. Sadly, the special guest had to go.
Yeah.
So we are only us two, but it's okay.
There's two of us, yeah, but it's okay. They're checking their deck lists. So the final is Trapper on the left with his Unsolo 1 green against Rove Kira Datavolt.
Which we already saw yesterday playing
Yep.
in a mirror where he brilliantly won. And in the semi-final, he won versus a Quillan Tarkin Town for 2-1.
Yeah.
He lost the first game, then he managed to swap back the result.
Yeah, it's just like, yeah.
They are checking the list. They have 2 minutes to do so, and we
Yep.
will start.
So just a reminder, Trapper won against. Oh, I forgot that.
Sorry?
In the
Trapper won
semifinal.
versus the Vader Yellow.
Oh yeah, Giovanni and Rove against Alessandro,
Exactly.
who was like Willan, and yeah, we'll see. So maybe it's about then time to close the survey. And
I mean, I think
make
this is a
another
pretty
one.
interesting matchup, because
Yeah.
I guess on paper Kira should have a small advantage, but then obviously depends on the deck list of both players. But I'd like to know what you think about this matchup. So we will make a poll to see who you think will be the final winner of
Yeah.
this Italian unlimited tournament.
Okay. So tell everybody that the final is starting now.
Exactly. The time to check the list is finished, and now we will start.
Yeah. So
The initiative
39.
belongs to Kira.
yeah, we're now at 39, but we hope to manage at least 100. Yeah,
Exactly.
we can make it. So please spam the live on every channel.
Let's make also Discord a reminder.
Yeah.
Okay. Alfie already did it, so it's okay. What can we expect from this start? For sure, Kira is looking always for the same cards.
Yeah.
Best to drop is by far Pershing, this matchup. He is trying to find his ramp. And a very interesting strategy for Unsolo is by playing the classic Millennium, turn 1, and then maybe putting in a pilot, like a Luke, or even better, Chewbacca. In case of a Falcon with a Chewbacca on it, the only answer at the first turns are like No Glory,
Yeah.
or even something like a Kira deploy plus barrage, because we remember that Chewbacca can take damage, it's not like the Phantom. So there are some ways to answer it.
Okay. Kira starts with the Pike Sentinel.
Okay. And Unsolo claims, so he decided either to not play a 3-drop, or maybe he just didn't have one. And I'm not very expert with the Unsolo game, so I don't know what's his game plan.
Yeah.
Maybe the one to try to grind out the game, maybe with cards like Resupply, trying to put in the leader as early as possible.
Maybe.
No.
Could be.
Because it looks like the pilot strategy is very inconsistent. If Kira has the answer, then probably you lose. If you make it something like a Falcon pilot, then Kira removes it, is a 2-for-1. So it's not the best. Okay, blue leader. Just a body on space. What? Oh, so he did not claim. He just played that with drop. This
Okay.
turn.
Yeah. No, I thought it was like.
I thought he claimed. My bad. Sorry. But it's okay. What does Kira want to do? This is the resupply turn for sure. Because Technician is good, but probably Anna will play only on space, so then you have to kill your super laser, which means you will use the ability, and so at 5 you only have 4 resources available, which is not the best.
Yeah.
Here it is a resupply,
You will miss the OB. Okay. Base.
which is a way better card.
So not the best start for both of them.
I mean, Kira has a pretty solid start. The 2 drops plus the resupply, which is the most important
Okay,
thing.
there's but the Pike Sentinel maybe was better like just to draw to make sure that the OB is in his hand and that's it.
Well,
Why
you
the
know,
Pike?
in a spot like this, even if you deploy Kira and manages to somehow kill it, you still have a body for the barrage. So at least you always have a body for the barrage by playing Pike Sentinel. So I don't dislike it.
Okay.
Plus, are some damage that you're trying to push on Han Solo base, because let's remember that Han Solo does not have any kind of heal except from the home one. So sometimes might become a race, even a matchup like this. Has happened before, especially with Kira that maybe just stays alive with 1 or 2 health and starts eating 6 or 7 in base, and all of a sudden treats and the base of your opponent is like a 5 health. So.
But who knows? Trapper knows his stuff for sure. So
Yes, he's a very, very well navigated,
well experienced player.
player.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
I'm very curious to see what's the strategy.
so 5 resources.
He goes to 5. 5. What could it mean? Maybe an Han Solo unit that ambushes. There was, I don't know.
Maybe it's better to check the deck list. Just for a sec.
We can check, yes. Let's check the list if we are able to find it. Here it is. Okay, so Kira
Flip.
deployed immediately. Didn't even waste time attacking with the Pike Sentinel. At 5 we have the Han Solo Legendary with Chewbacca. Also Chewbacca too. But I mean now Chewbacca is not that good, because if you deploy Chewbacca, Kira can OB to defeat, or even if he has OB, but I think Trapper must play around it. With OB you can clear the space and then Kira just hits the Chewbacca.
And that's it.
And the
So
board is
clear.
So it's not the best. As always, OB is the crazy powerful
Yeah, I mean,
card.
And here it is. Okay, bam.
He
To
played on the Pike.
Mm.
Well, I don't know. I don't know
Why? Only 2 cards for Trapper, 6 resources. Now
Played on
flip.
Pike.
Sorry, bless you.
Thank you. And Solo cannot deploy yet because he didn't ramp, so he's only at 5.
He plays on solo.
Here it is. Oh, so that's the play we were talking about. He went to 5 to play the Han Solo unit,
Yeah.
which I feel like is okay. I mean, it doesn't immediately die, because it should be at 5 health with the Beyond, but will die later. So it's kind of like the same. And that for one contest pretty good the Kira leader.
Yeah.
Even though there are some dynamics you must be aware of from both parts. For sure Kira wants to have the board
As
empty.
clear as possible, yeah.
Yes, because you want to be able to make the power of the dark side on the leader. Otherwise, Han Solo could deploy and then go with a 7 drop.
Yeah, because he has no response to the leader other than that.
I mean, you have Maul, but he costs 7, so he's
no,
not
okay,
at 6.
not now.
And if Han Solo manages actually to stick the leader and play a 7 drop, all of a sudden the situation becomes tricky for Kira.
I think I
And
just
in
seen
fact, he goes for the trade, which I agree.
yeah.
At least this way, Trapper has to play around the power of the dark side. And a play like a Pike Sentinel on 6 really looks like a power of the dark side move. Just waiting.
Yeah.
Just waiting.
Okay, just playing. What to do? Because I think I have just seen like a U-wing in his hand.
He would like
Next
to
turn,
play
yeah.
Han Solo and then just play wing, but he must respect the power, especially if he has not any other play in hand.
Respect the power. I got the power. 49.
And looking at the poll,
Kira.
most of the people think Kira is in
Well,
advantage, even though only 9 votes, guys.
Okay, please vote.
Yes, we're 50. Vote
Okay,
the poll.
please.
We are
I
very
know-
curious to see what you think
Yeah.
about the matchup. Please, thank
We
you.
know that you are having lunch now, so have a lunch with us
Exactly.
while watching this beautiful final.
Trapper is thinking because for sure this is a very tough spot to be in, and you must think about the most optimal way to play.
Yeah.
I mean, it really like to play Ewing, but you really have to respect the power. Okay, so he goes to 6. Let's see. Let's see what Kira does. I think Kira will just pass if he has power, and even if you don't have, maybe you'd like to try to bluff, you know.
Yeah. Just
But that Pike Sentinel really looks a play of
waiting
someone
for
who wants
yeah.
to play power. And they think he just passed, in fact. And Trapper, so
Okay.
Trapper has to give respect to the power by smuggling out a
337.
which is a pretty bad play, but at least you're safe from power and you can deploy the leader.
Okay, initiative.
When the question is, will he deploy? No, he decided
No.
to not deploy, and this makes sense because that's the thing. If you deploy, you hit the Sentinel. Then, if Kira has Maul or Vader, he goes on your Han Solo, and then you're stuck at 6 because you cannot even use the ability because he's just dead. So you cannot play U-Wing. So by doing this, is at least sure that he will manage to play U-Wing, and then just play the leader to deploy. I think that's his game plan. If you saw a wing leader in his hand,
I thought, yeah.
but looking by his line of play, probably he has a 7 drop that he will just play. The problem is that Han Solo is on top tech mode if he goes like this because he has to put the resource, and now just play the card and you're out of gas.
I mean, there's a trade-off of Han Solo.
Exactly.
So
you have a lot of smuggle though. But smuggle at this stage of the game is kind of like slow because you need tempo, and smuggle is more like a value card. You know.
Okay. Deploy 7 Maul.
Use Maul, which is by far the best answer to the leader because also still sticks a 7 on board. Very strong with barrage, very strong for making trades with an Han Solo unit, for example. Here is the Ewing, and I think you're trying to find Luke or Han Solo unit.
I think what would be better?
Luke is say 6-7, so it would be a little bit better.
Yeah, Luke, yeah.
And I also think that's not correct to kill them all, because you want to kill them all with the L-37 shielded, just kill the Sentinel. Now like this you are stuck with the Sentinel for the next turn. I don't know why you decided to go this way.
Because the Maul got 4 damage, why not?
Don't understand. And now you're just... well, for sure this was a misplay. For sure.
Yeah. Greetings from Croatian SW fans. Oh, thank you, great stream.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your support. We hope you're having a great time.
Yeah.
And we're also happy to hear that there are also some SW fans in Croatia.
Yeah. We've had like Slovenians last week. In Bondeno.
Exactly. A group of 5 people, I think.
Yeah, a whole car.
Also, there was a Petramaki developer.
Yeah,
in here. That was from Slovenia.
No, I think a Karabast.
Sorry, not Petramaki. Karabast. Yes.
Okay, like, yeah.
I mean, it's like the same. Petramaki or Karabast is the same people that just split up.
We don't know. It's like Inter Milan. We don't know if they.
No, I think they want to help each other.
Okay.
At least I hope so.
Okay, Kira. How many?
14 votes. Kira is still by far the... Well, look at that hand from Kira.
Damn, 8, 9, 10.
That's not what you want to look. Kira is looking at herself, but is not very happy. Yeah, it's our friend from Slovenia. Oh, nice. So you know each other. Very, very good. Very good to know. One of them is Karabas developer. Exactly.
No.
So, should have the Sentinel. Exactly what we said. Probably, sometimes there is some kind of bias in your mind that when there is a big unit,
you just want to
you kill that big unit without reasoning out. But this was a mistake for sure. Now the question is, what would you call with Kira? I mean, the Kira leader has 3, 6, 8 resources, so you will be able to play Avenger next turn, or Snoke, depending on what you would call. But he decided to go for Avenger, which I think, I don't know actually, because Avenger is very strong. Though Snoke kills also your L3. I mean, now the L3 is just going versus the Sentinel, so it makes sense.
I would have called it Snoke.
I mean, but
it's
look at this board.
Yeah,
now Avenger is stronger than Snoke.
Yeah, because it finishes earlier, but you'll never know like all the smuggles from Trapper, so you just wanted to make sure that everything is like slowed down so you can just push. So you have also the Devastator, so you have another big ship, so
not gonna lie, this is gonna be very tough for
so you can split
Solo.
on both sides and that's it.
Yes, because Kira is a very good hand, also Solo is going on top deck mode,
So
but the Kira base is at 6. It's not like he will try to push hard, he doesn't have the time. I mean, he's the one trying to defend because his base is already at half, and now there's no push for 6. Let's see, though, because tech is very strong. And I'd like to take a look at the Solo list to see, does he have the... No, he doesn't have the change of art, so for him having to deal with Avenger, Devastator is a big problem.
I thought he had this change of heart in the previous list in Bonde, no?
Might be.
Am I wrong?
I don't remember.
Okay.
My memory is not that good. But that's very interesting. I mean, his list is very mid-rangey, doesn't have a lot of late game. As a Hanum 1, an Amphis, and 3 on Solo, and the 2 Luke to find out with the U-Wing, thank you, that are 3 off. I mean, there are quite a lot of cards, but all the 7 drops.
Really bad spot for Trapper.
Yes, for sure. I mean, he's trying like he should, but I mean, he's going really on top deck mode. Don't see a way he can switch the outcome of this match.
We're 56 now.
So, Kira claimed initiative. For sure you'd like to play something like a barrage, okay? Or maybe, I mean, even this is okay. You start to controlling the board because you know that Ansel has no resource, has no cards in hand, and then you just toss a Devastator. And
First thing to do.
Yeah. Now you toss a Devastator and you just lock the space, the ground. You have a lot of health to work with. You just.
It's gonna be a matter of time, but
exactly.
you want to make sure that he's gonna win.
But as the Clero said at the previous turn, makes sense for Trapper to try. No, he decided to swap out. Maybe the idea was trying to play one or more turn just to see the style of play of Kira, even though you know what he's going to play. But just chilling 5 minutes more to see what he has to bring on the table. But makes sense to just resign. It was a very fast game.
Yeah. What were the mistakes made in this game?
Actually, to be honest, I am more of a Kira player. I could say I play a lot Kira, and so I can see her game style, her game plan. But on the other side, I never played Ungreen, so I really have no clue what it should be.
Yeah, same Ungreen.
Not gonna lie,
so
I cannot say things. Maybe I could say what I hate of Ungreen when I play Kira. For example, like I said before, but this is not a very consistent strategy, is when he goes very big on space, turn 1 on Falcon, turn 2 you just try to Chewbacca, and then you hope that your opponent doesn't have the answer. This is a way you can win, but it's a toxic way, because just it's something like, do you have the answer? Okay.
Yes.
Then you win most of the time. You don't have, then I win.
Yeah, pure gamble.
Pure gamble, and then maybe sometimes if the matchup is really bad for you, you just have to gamble to win.
Yeah, I mean, you have to go all in.
You have to go in, even the first turns. But for sure, I think Ken can try to make something different. The big problem for Trapper is that he doesn't have ways to deal with the big units. Yeah. Because he doesn't have something like a change of art, which is very good, because if you actually manage to stick some damage at the first turn, then even play a Devastator for your opponent is not safe, because all of a sudden a change of art is a problem for Kira, While this way, Rove knows that he doesn't have to play around that, which is a pretty big deal, especially in a final. You know, maybe in a Swiss you don't know the list, so you just have to respect the change of art. But now you don't have to. You're just safe by doing what you like.
You just wanted to make sure that he can continue at least to turn 7, 8.
Anne needs to resupply and trying to put out the leader as fast as possible with a big U-wing. But a U-wing that's not aimed to play a big unit, but maybe 2 or 3 small units, you know? Just flood the board, hoping or trying to not allow your opponent to make a good barrage and starting to push damage. And then late game closing out with on 1, your Falcon. You have a lot of ways to deal damage from nowhere.
Yeah, smuggles all the way around.
But you need to not fall too behind the first phases of the match.
Yeah, you have to push. You have to go.
Exactly.
You have to use that mana cheat that makes it worth it
as best as
playing
possible.
on solo set 1.
Completely agree with you. And that's the thing. I mean, they already sideboard?
Yeah, they sideboarded. Yeah.
Let's take a look. If you were on solo, what would you side in? Maybe the home 1, the salvage, the tech, something like that? Might be good.
Yeah, Waylay?
Probably no. I think I would not like Waylay. You already have 2 in main deck. Maybe even those 2 you could put out. You're thinking maybe Waylaying the Walker, the Devastator?
Yeah, the Avenger. When he starts like playing the big ships, you have like the mana to play Waylay and then smuggle something just to push a little bit.
But it's good if you have the board. If you do not have the board, Waylay does absolutely nothing.
Or maybe if you're missing just a few damage.
Yes, to push the last damage. That makes sense.
Just to break through.
That could be a good guess by you. Also, let's see the rover list that we saw before, but I don't remember the side, so let's check it out again.
Okay, this is lovely.
Okay, so inside we have Igor Escort Fighter, 3 off. For sure they will be put in. This is the Falcon answer. Then we have a Supreme Leader's Knock, which might be interesting in this match, because you know, it's not that easy to deal with for a solo.
Yeah, especially because he has only 1 copy in main deck. I would put on that, the other one is pretty good.
Just put out something like the Relentless, which is very useless in this matchup.
Yeah,
just put out the Relentless, put in a Snock.
Yeah, because now he has like 5 big ships.
Also the Restock will go out.
Restock, okay, against control.
Relentless, Restock. I mean, obviously we're just guessing, guys, but I think that those guesses are pretty correct.
Yeah. So we have like 3 Igor Escort, 2 Takedown, and the Supreme.
Takedown, I don't know if I'd like in this matchup. I think it's for Sabine.
Because
I know there is Kira, but there are not that many 5 units, so it's not a big problem. Probably the Fighter and the Snock. You put out Relentless, Restock, I think. Then the other 2, I don't know. But that's interesting. That's pretty interesting. The Annihilator is too slow for sure. The Pulp Return is not that big of a deal because opponent doesn't discard and you have a lot of late game already in your deck. You don't need much more. Maybe you even need less actually. Because it's more like of a tempo game, especially versus this Unsolo that does not play a lot of big ships. You know, just a home 1 and the 7 drops. So
okay.
Not even the Walkers.
And maybe changing the Feather Dragon to Takedown?
I actually prefer Fel because this with Luke, this with Anne, this with 1.
Okay, okay.
Takedown, not that many big targets.
But maybe he can help him like during the first phases if it's like under with a Millennium Falcon, but you know
you have the Fighter, you have the power.
Fighter. Yeah, you have a lot of things, but
no, I don't think it's a good card in this matchup because the first 2 turns, most of the time you just want to play the Pershing Classic and then ramping out.
Okay.
So then you're at 5, but at 5 you have a lot of cards to play. You have OB, you have the Devastating Gunship, you even have Callus for the Ground Arena with the Deploy Strong. So I don't think Takedown is a good choice. Okay. I mean, this is my take, obviously.
Yeah.
For sure, Takedown is better than some other cards, maybe. Could be. So, they just started. Kira, I think, just kept the first hand, while Trapper decided to go for the mulligan. He has the initiative, and he's thinking about water reserves. Let's see. What is his line of play this first turn? Going for the 3-drop?
Let's see.
Just playing a 3-drop?
Same. Okay.
Let's see. He
Calls
claims.
initiative.
Wow. Okay.
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 I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's just his strategy to try to go slow and to not do not empty your hand too fast. I think he will play a resupply if he has one in this turn. Might be a good idea. I'm gonna bet he plays resupply exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Will Kira do the same? Will he have at least a surprise recognition? Let's see. Here is the resupply.
Okay.
Both players are ramped, so both players will theoretically be able to deploy the leader at the same turn, which is right now, right
Like,
here, right now.
Not even a minute
No,
after the
no.
start.
They're just going very fast. And now you can see that Ansel has a very big hand, so now he has a lot of choices. The problem is always the same as before. He has no board, so he must respect the power.
I got the power.
I got the power.
Also, you win, I think also Ansolo 7 cost.
He goes for
Chewbacca.
Chewbacca, which you know is not that strong of a play because Kira can simply deploy and kill him if he wants. But I think now you should wait. Just attack with the pike and see what Ansolo does.
What does he cook?
And what will Ansolo do? He has two choices. I mean, actually, I think he could pass just to see what Kira does and then just put the resource and deploy. Because if you put the resource immediately, then Kira might just pass and you just wasted a card. Because Kira is for sure waiting for you to deploy. Okay, you decided to go for this strategy. I don't know. Kira is just taking time.
Right thing to do.
And I think that he ramped. He played another resupply. He's at 6. So he played a
I
resupply.
didn't get that.
And now I'm decided to deploy. Interesting, very interesting. But that's a good play if Kira actually might just take the initiative and go for barrage next turn and clear everything.
Yeah. Why flipping now Han Solo?
I don't know.
Why? Is
I
everything
mean, Kira
stuck?
just what did Kira do? Just passed or took initiative?
I don't know. Because he hit Kira, he Han Solo. He didn't do anything.
Actually,
Yeah,
I think
maybe he
passed.
passed. Yeah.
He's thinking about it. If he has OB, you should take initiative, 100%. Because now you also deny the 7 drop, as we said before.
Yeah,
because
yeah,
Han
yeah.
dies and
And then it's gonna be so bad.
Let's
for
see.
Chopper.
And the problem is that if you do not kill the Han Solo, then all of a sudden Han Solo can claim, attack and play the 7 if you decide to kill Chewbacca. And if you kill Han Solo, then Chewbacca might be a problem.
Okay. You got the initiative?
Okay, let's
Nice.
see. Even a Vader could be good, because just find out the trooper or the dagger, which is the choo-choo space that deals 2 damage to a damaged unit,
Ah, yeah.
which is like the trooper on space, a little bit weaker. So we have Vader, we have OB. Those are like the 2 best cards that Kira can play right now.
Okay. Now Han Solo has a lot of cards.
Yes.
And I have just seen like I think an on-1, so he has like a decent late game.
He's trying to go for a grindier style of play this time. Maybe his
Yeah.
hand was just that. Okay, so we have Vader.
Vader.
He's trying to fish for the card that deals 2 damage, as we said before. I mean, he has 3 in his deck, so
He
he
can
should
make
have
it.
a pretty good chance, even though we don't know if he found one before. Here it is. So this is a very, very, very
Bam,
strong
bam.
play. You just clear the board, you put something on space and on ground, and Solo cannot play the 7 cost. This is a swing, a crazy swing turn. This is a crazy swing turn. What does undo with 6 resources now? I must think about that. Because you need to contest the board for sure. You're really down now. You're really
you're
down
under.
by a lot. You're under by a lot. Okay, another
Another.
Chewbacca, which is not bad because contests both the pieces on ground. And Kira decides to attack. So,
Push.
just push.
Push.
Which is okay, I think. Now we can do that. He has the advantage, so tries to to put the damage in when he can.
I don't know what would be the best moves for Trapper to follow up that Chewbacca. I mean, he's in a very bad spot.
He has an
now.
on 1, I know, but the
Yeah.
problem with that he can play on 1, but he doesn't have anything that can get out
No.
of his discard pile because he doesn't have any Falcon or something like that. So let's see. Maybe a 7 or even a U-Wing is okay. Now the question is, what does Chewbacca do? Going base? Trading? That's not easy. Actually, we have seen the U-Wing. We will see the U-Wing. Okay, he trades, which makes sense because you have to play around OB.
Yeah.
Now Kira is at 8, so now a Snoke would be crazy good because also would kill Chewbacca. I think that a Snoke would be almost GG. But he doesn't have it, so
Okay.
that was a good Chewbacca. Was a 2 for 1 and kinda evened out on the ground space. Ground arena, sorry. Let's see what he puts out. What would you want? I think maybe 2 or 3 units.
Yeah. No, not Luke.
Not
or
the big
whatever.
one because dies immediately.
like
to
a Falcon.
We've seen a Luke, none.
Yeah.
Tech, L3.
Millennium, big one.
I mean, he could go Tech, L3, and Luke. That you drop obviously.
Yeah.
Which is pretty good actually. I think he will go for that. You need to put a board. And you know that he doesn't have Snoke because he would have played otherwise
Yeah,
immediately.
yeah.
So it's safe even on that aspect. What could Kira play? For sure the best card would be Walker at 8, if he doesn't have Snoke, as we know he doesn't. Just to try to draw cards, finding out that barrage that he didn't play yet, so
Yeah.
there are still 2 in his deck.
He's a bit unlucky, the Kira, not like having all the cards that he's needed to, but
Okay, but both games he drew supply, this turn even double ramp, so his draw I think were pretty good, medium good. Draw.
maybe he's.
And he did what we said. I mean that was the only line of play for me that made sense. And actually this is a pretty big board. Now okay, but doing a super laser on just a 1 card is fine. You know, even though you played 3 is 1 for 1
Yeah,
on the hand perspective, so it's okay.
But I don't know how can like Han can win against Kira in this.
Well, actually now the next turn will come on 1 that will bring out the tech. So now Kira has to have an answer to on 1. And might be that he doesn't have 1. I mean, right now he just had all the answers, but it's not always like that. Sometimes you just with a turn, then all of a sudden you're really down. So I wouldn't say Han Solo is out of this game. Not yet. Obviously the problem is that zero damage on base. So
Yeah.
this is he decided to go for a grindier style of play. Here is the
Oh,
one that
wow.
will bring out the tech, as we said. I mean, you always want to play double drop if you can. Before the wing, now this way. So Avenger at least is not that good, even though he's still a very strong card to play.
Yeah, I would play Avenger.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
double, so you can just push.
But if it doesn't have Avenger, what would you do? Another super laser? It's not that easy now. You really to have that card. Or maybe Devastator, but
Maul.
the next round. You return
Another
super
one.
laser.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, he plays 3 in his deck, so. Okay.
Okay.
But still, this is a super laser that just got rid of 1 card.
And we can see another U-Wing. And
then pretty sure that he also put in the salvage for
yeah,
game 1.
yeah,
so
he has it.
now we will play another another home run.
But still, Kira can manage.
Yes, Kira
that
now could have
easily,
Devastator. Now
easily.
not only Avenger but
Easily.
Devastator.
So it's not a problem.
I agree. If Kira has the answer, she will win. I mean, there is no doubt about
And
that.
even if Rove doesn't have the answer at that moment, he just can wait a turn or 2 because he has like 0 damage on his base.
Yes, but with 2 super laser gone, if you just don't have the answer, then Han Solo can try to swarm the board, and then all of a sudden you are out of the game because you don't have the mass clear anymore.
Yeah, but the OB,
The OB, but you need the unit.
yeah, so you can just wait a little bit. So he has time.
Yes,
He's not
yes,
like
yes,
with
yes.
20 damage on his base. So you go, okay, in 2 turns I'm gonna die. No, he
Okay,
has
I
0.
agree. This is a pretty good Ewing. though,
Okay.
Because he can snipe his play and also push some damage with the Falcon. Plus the same thing, always 2 pieces a turn.
Okay, Kira.
I mean, I think, I mean, both Vader and Kira and Avengers are pretty strong.
But let's say Avenger.
You would say Avenger, yes,
Yeah.
yes. I mean, now that I'm looking at his hand, probably this is gone. Now I don't know how you can recover. Kira
That's
has a
it.
pretty big hand and also pretty good hand.
How?
He's thinking, but that's not easy.
Because Trapper didn't manage to push the early damage on his base, just to keep it like sweating.
Yes, yes.
Rodelo. So it's chill for
Kira had the time to double ramp
Yeah.
because she was not in urge to die, you know, just to do defense. So now she's at 9 and what did she call? What did he call? Sorry,
Miss Trapper.
Mrs. Trapper. Obviously, we are joking, guys.
Yeah.
Sorry for the bad English. We try to improve, but it
Yeah, sorry for
it
our bad
requires
English.
time.
Yeah. It requires time. Yeah.
I mean, I can say we can finish the survey.
So,
For sure, most of the people think that Kira
will be the winner.
will be the winner.
Yeah, I will vote the same.
And even on paper, I think she has
Yeah.
the edge. Kira calls Avenger, okay. But I mean, it's pretty fine to play Vader and also Pershing and also shielding Vader, so you're fine. No, Kira calls Vader, okay. Vader. Was the choice. I don't know. Maybe he has a way to defeat the Avenger. I mean, both of the things were bad for us, so let's not get around it. But maybe Avenger now is worse. I don't know. Okay, decide to do it, please. And just throw. Let's see. This might be a concede, actually. He's thinking, but I'm not seeing anything that could save him in his hand. I mean, at least he knows that he doesn't have the overwhelming barrage in hand, so he could play on 1.
He could,
But still, gets
Yeah.
traded by the on 1, and then you also know that he has a Vader and another Avenger, and whatever he
Another
just
Avenger.
drew.
So
No.
he won't change anything.
No. We're getting in the Kira zone, now everything is playable, and he has a lot of very big things.
Yeah, Kira's on fire.
Kira's on fire.
She's a menace. Lady.
This Kira showcase is really a menace. By the way, the showcase Kira, I like her. It's not like the best showcase, but
Yeah.
I don't dislike.
Yep. Of course, passive rig. Dogfight.
It doesn't kill
Salvage.
us.
Salvage.
It doesn't kill. You salvage, that goes from 1, which will bring in the Chewbacca. I mean, this is a strong play, actually. The problem is that Avenger is uncontested because it just stays at 1 health and it's not the best. But it's a very good play. Let's see what you know. Just we said before, if Kira doesn't have the correct answer, you just play something like that, and then all of a sudden she's in danger. The problem is that now she has the time and also has a okay board, you know, a lot of cards.
So
But this is a strong play.
Let's see.
What does he want to do? He's looking at his resources. Pretty sure he doesn't play any smart ball, but he's looking at what resources to understand what he might draw the next turn maybe.
You're like in the pose of like a blues brother or so like. Okay. Just a little bit of
A flex. Chill flex.
Vader.
Okay, so he goes for the Vader. As said as before, he wants to find out the card that deals 2 damage. And actually he had to ambush before because to play the ship that does 2 damage, the unit must be damaged. And he was hoping to draw that, but he didn't find it, which was
Super laser.
lucky. And maybe that's what he was checking. He knew that he already played 1 and was looking if he already resourced another 1 to understand the odds to find it. Makes sense. Okay, Super Laser at least contest the Chewbacca. What does Kira do? Goes face. No, he still go face.
Yeah.
That's a sit. Already.
A sit.
A sit. No, not sit.
A
not cheat.
citation, yeah.
That is a citation from Hearthstone, a very famous song. I don't know if anybody of you knows it. Do me trade? Yeah, no. We still go face. Yeah. Stop it.
We cannot continue.
No.
Otherwise we get.
There are
we'll
too many
get
viewers to be cringy.
banned. We'll get banned. Okay.
So, what did Dan do? I mean, he claimed?
Claim?
No, Kira claimed, I think.
Kira claimed, yeah.
Okay. Kira claimed? No. I don't. Okay, so,
Just make sure to
Trapper
say-
just decided to attack with Kira and let the initiative to leader Kira.
Yeah, I get back.
Okay. Now, what could you do as an player? The problem is that Avenger just goes to base. It's okay, but it's too low. It's too healthy. I mean, 10 health, 10 damage is not enough.
Yes, you can't do anything, basically. Okay, you are.
That's the truth. That's the harsh truth. Without a change of heart, I feel like Han Solo was not. This Han Solo was not super tacked to deal with Kira, probably, or maybe his game plan versus Kira was different than this one.
Yeah.
Because actually, I don't know what could you do different to improve the matchup, except from that
Pushing before.
the change of heart. And but it's not that easy. It's not that easy because if
No.
Kira has the end, has the curve, she immediately gets you out of board with the deploy, the barrage. It's not easy. And even if you try to go fast, she might have the answer, and then your gamble just ended up losing you the game immediately. But maybe that's what you should do. I don't know. So the Avenger just killed the Moine. Trapper just decided to protect the unit on land to attack. And now let's see. He might play an Han Solo unit to deal with Vader, and then playing something else small to bait out the Avenger. The problem is that Kira still has all the resources open, so
Yeah.
she has a lot of things she can do.
And a lot of cards.
And a lot of cards, exactly.
Okay.
Vader decides to go base, which makes sense. I
Yeah.
mean,
Push.
next
Go
turn
for
he has 13 on board, so it's lethal. And we have another one, which is pretty good yet, but the problem is that he's dying. And he will bring out another Chewbacca. Crazy good.
Okay.
So I think he has to pay 9, 10. Yeah, he needs 10.
Okay, it's good.
It's good. The problem is that he's lethal next turn.
This shows like this.
Well, actually, it's not lethal because now he has Restore on 1. So let's see what does Kira play. For sure, the best card would be a Devastator. That would really be devastating.
Or no.
No, Snoke not really because doesn't deal with anything. I mean, not bad obviously, but not the best. A Walker, okay. He wants to kill. Maybe he's playing for Obi or for another Vader. No. Escort fighter. Okay, so he just plays unit. That's what he has in hand. Rivals makes sense. I mean, he just swarmed the board
Yeah.
to be sure to have that lethal next turn. What can Han Solo do to prevent the lethal?
Yeah, he has little in space units.
Exactly.
So.
So I don't know. I mean, he can try to ambush the small space unit and then trade, for example, Vader or the Death Trooper reaction later. But still, Avenger goes to base and then
Is under.
the next turn is lethal. It's pretty hard. Let's see.
You can hear all the other players commenting live in the other room.
Yes.
Because there is a TV that shows our stream.
So this is a Wele? Okay.
Okay,
I mean,
okay.
You're just buying
okay.
time.
Okay. Yeah, literally. Buy time,
Buy
yeah.
time. Basic goes to 23, which is still 7 on board, so he has to take a trade, otherwise he's dead.
They're not matching because it's 22. Okay.
Exactly. I just saw it. So this is exactly it.
7 off. Okay.
Kira has to take the trade, otherwise he's dead. Okay. So now Esko will just go to base
So 4/4.
and
Yeah.
present lethal damage if he just claims initiative. Goes for a B, which is one off, but defeats all the units. I mean, I really think now this is over. This is really over. I mean, he could try to play something like an solo unit, but he doesn't have. I mean, now you just go to base. 6
That's
to base,
it.
it goes to 29. 29, what could the Trapper do? Nothing. I mean, because the problem is that the threats are both on space and the ground, so you cannot answer bot in one action.
Okay.
You just claim and that's GG.
That's
So we have
it.
our winner for this tournament,
Yeah.
which is
Rove.
Rove. We will try to
snatch
bring
him.
him,
Yeah. Here.
just to make some just to let him say something about his matchups, what he felt like
Yeah.
was the tournament.
So I think maybe I just can just go there and ask
We
him.
can ask our friends to bring him.
Yep. So please stay just a little bit with us, a little more, and so we can just have a chit chat with both
Yes,
Rove and
yes.
Trapper, I think.
Exactly. Maybe just let them talk to each other.
Yeah,
like,
yeah, yeah, yeah,
to
as
see what
always.
they think about the matchup.
Yeah. So.
So what can we say about this matchup while we were waiting for the players to come if they want? To me, seems like Kira, if she draws well, has the advantage.
Dominates.
Yes,
Dominates.
I mean, to be honest, both of the games felt like were always in hand by Kira. I mean,
Yeah,
she
in
was
favor.
she really was controlling the game.
Yeah.
Even though Trapper with his side, the second game, tried to put in a fight, you know, the salvage with one. The problem is that you really don't have anything to deal with the bigger ships. I mean,
Yeah.
when Kira pulls out an Avenger, is a problem. You really don't have anything to do about
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, I'm an ignorant myself about the Han Solo set 1, but I don't think it was a good idea just to try to win against the Kira by like playing something at turn 7, 8, 9, 10 and trying, okay, I just split every like every move with on 1 plus something and that's it, because I'm just wanna swarm, okay, but Kira has a lot of resources to just deal with that. So Avenger, Devastator, it's gonna overcome you.
True, I agree with you. Trapper was trying to go with something like playing a critical amount of Chewbacca's. You know?
Yeah.
And that might pay out. The problem is that it's slow. It's
Yeah.
very slow, and Kira is a very reactive deck.
Yeah, because Kira, I mean, if we have to want to make a comparison with the Bossk, he has also units, a lot of units that can contend also like
Sure.
the board.
You don't have all the time in the world
Yeah, so
to prepare for your
Yeah.
tactic, your
it's
strategy.
a push. That's
So
it.
you just die. that's the truth. And so
Okay,
we are.
we will just wait.
Yes, we will just wait.
Maybe we can then.
We
Maybe
might
sit-
take a look at the plays of these guys. Obviously not in the top cut, because we know what they face. I mean, I know Trapper just played the first game versus an INCL and
yeah.
and 2ECL, and he won. Then in the semi-final we saw versus Vader, and now just lost versus Kira. Kira instead just played versus another INCL where he won, and 2ECL. Then in the semi-final won versus Quillan, and now just won versus Quillan.
Solo.
Instead, taking a look at their pet during the Swiss. Let's see. So the Kira just the first game won versus DJ Clero, the guy
The architect.
the guy talking with us before as a special guest. bringing back Akbar Data Vault. Then lost versus Ayoda, which is interesting because this was the only game he lost during all the Swiss and even the top cut. He's only lost. He ended up 9 victories and 1 loss versus Ayoda Data Vault, which might be interesting, you know. But even Ray Data Vault is a pretty interesting deck. Has the same problem, I mean, not really, because at least Ray or Yoda have the answer to the big ships. You know, you can play Fell, you can play Rivals, you can play Direct Hit, so you have a lot of ways to slow down
Counteract,
and not simply die when they pull out a Devastator. Then Worm versus a Krennic Data Vault, so some kind of mirror. Cat Bane Tarkin Town, a mirror versus Kira Data Vault, an ECL, Cad Data Vault, an ECL, Quinlan Tarkin Town, and an Grain in final. So he really made a crazy good score. Also, all the games except from one won by 2-0.
Yeah.
So really not let's not say a walk in the park, but he really dominated this tournament.
Yeah.
So congrats to him for this win in a pretty prestigious tournament because there were more than 100 players. And then let's take a look at Trapper, which is, to be honest, another very strong player that always manages to make to take the top 8. Even Ilil, he made day 2, was also on stream. If you want to get the stream, you will find him playing. And let's see his path. He won versus a yellow Palpatine set 1 obviously. Then won versus a Vader. Then faced 2 Sabines.
And
then playing a Kira Data Vault, an Tarkin Town, a Quillan Tarkin Town. Then in the top just NECL, Vader Yellow, and Kira Data Vault. So a lot of different decks for him. But let's see, the interesting thing that was that he already faced another Kira, where both players were 4-0, so was up in a pretty high table, and he won 2-1. So it's not like this matchup is unwinnable. Probably depends on the game style.
Yeah, the drawings.
You know.
And something like that. So unfortunately we have some news that the finalists cannot join us in the stream.
Yes. There was this little problem.
Non andiamo adesso. La prossima riforma.
Perché sennò chiudiamo.
Cioè, andiamo.
Dobbiamo aspettare? Okay. Sorry guys, so they're just this is a get back.
Yeah.
They're just taking the photos and doing all the bureaucratic stuff. And then
Paperwork.
and the paperwork. And then they will come here to
discuss a little bit about the match.
Yeah, exactly. Take a chat with us. So we just hope you can wait a minute.
Yeah.
Do we want to go the break? I don't know.
Just put the cut, yeah.
Yeah. So sorry. For
just a little bit of break, like 1 or 2 minutes.
Because we don't know how much time will take, but at least maximum 5 minutes, you know. But we don't want to bore you for 5 minutes, so just stay tuned, and we will be back in like a few moments. finalist. We will let them chat 5 minutes about what they think about the matchup. For you, is okay speaking in English? Prefer
okay.
Italian?
For me, it's okay.
Okay. So guys, just to say what you think about how it went this tournament. What you think about the matchup you just played?
Yeah.
Who do you think is the winner? We make a poll, and as you can see, most of the people think that Kira has the advantage on paper. How do you feel about this?
It's quite a technical matchup because you have to I hard mulligan for a power or a resupply or a technician because I always have to contest his space.
Okay.
So I have to flip Kira early and just play a barrage to maybe kill a Falcon with Chewbacca or something like that, or maybe do a 2-for-1 with barrage. And also because the 2-drop is not that important in that matchup because you just have to contest space. So maybe if I don't play anything at turn 1, I have a power for turn 2 is more efficient. Yeah.
So for you, the most important thing is to be able to manage the first turn of Han.
The early game and
the
Han flip. And if I ramp, I can contest Han with Kira. And if I had a Sentinel like in our games, I can protect Kira, keep her here, just push damage, and have a platform for barrage. So it's quite key to the matchup. Also this, and also the first game I just ramped and threw a Vader, or what's the second one? No, the Maul, first one.
The Maul was the first one.
I kept the Maul for Han just to, and also the other thing that I gave all of my attention was tech, because I didn't want him to smuggle anything good. So I have to play the second Super Laser Blast just to kill tech and home 1, because I had Avenger, I had hard removal, but I wanted to just take them both and do not let him go with initiative and tech on the board.
Perfect.
For the young green point of view, I usually approach this matchup. I consider myself the aggressor in the matchup, obviously, but not like going full aggro. Usually I try to control the board until the flip turn in a way that because both our leaders have a very powerful flip turn, because I can go to 7 resources and he can do the Kira barrage stuff. So usually who manages to win that flip turn, if I win the flip turn, like one-shotting Kira with blue leader or Han Solo pilot, usually the advantage I gain in tempo is enough to start going face and close the game, and then answer his pieces with mine. Usually, then you just have to keep an answer for the Super Laser Blast. From the other way around, if I lose the flip turn and you do barrage, kill all my pieces, then for me, I can like grind a little bit.
Yeah, but you can go 1-for-1 because I have Avenger and power.
Yes, I can grind a little bit so we can go very late, but I never get the chance to start going
aggressive again.
So the problem, at least for us that were casters, was like, you try to go late, but if you don't push damage, then Kira starts playing Avenger, Devastator, and you have no answer to that.
Exactly.
So you really need to push that early damage, otherwise it's impossible. Also, a question that I'd like to ask you is, you do not play any copy of Change of Heart.
No.
Because in this matchup, you don't think it's a good card, too situational?
Well,
what's the idea?
Yeah, the card. Well, the card is like does not sequence well with the others. It's like it's like more with more condition. If I can do Change of Heart, I already have done enough damage to the base so that I can kill him. No, but I have a lot of recursion with one with wing, so usually I can put the pieces to do some damage.
Yeah, also salvage.
Salvage. Also, I have 4 on ones. And
I noticed.
You keep playing on one tech, one tech. And
exactly, I have 4 on ones. The point was like usually kill Kira, then I push like 20 damage in the time frame between Kira flip and the Avengers. Then you have to handle these 4 on ones, and so the last 10 damage usually are done. So that's why I think the flip turn is the most important part. Late game, for example, in this match, a Change of Heart would not have changed anything. I also want to shout out what Alexander the Greatest, which is probably the best Angry player around. He said he would prefer to play bounty posting instead of change of heart.
Okay.
Because he tried it and he also
good.
tested.
It's not good.
No, it's like sometimes you win with that card, of course.
It's a
but,
bit
Tricky
tricky.
situational.
Tricky.
Situational.
I prefer to go with my strategy and.
So you never go for the strategy of going all in with the pilot on turn 1,
No,
Falcon,
because
turn 2,
no,
Chewbacca.
because if it's no glory, I mean I can do
No
some.
glory,
I do
barrage,
early damage, but then he stabilizes.
Okay.
It's better to after I handle the flip turn, I have. It's very hard for me to stabilize because after the answer flip turn, if I go to 7, I will end up with at least 2 threats, and so he has no board at that point, and he can just do I don't know maul, and then I can maul and push some damage, and then we go to the on 1 wing, etc.
Let's finish this.
Yes, and of course, Super Laser Blast it's another problem, but then
Yeah, I play also. I think that I am the only Kira that plays 3 main deck.
True. Most
Yes.
of Kira's only plays true.
Yeah, for me it's a
Yeah.
good meta call because I have in the 60 card deck the probabilities of seeing a Super Laser Blast on curve are low, so I wanted to increase that, and also because maybe if Ray or Han just plays something on turn 7, I want to have that on turn 8.
yes. But again, if I was able to push that damage in that time frame,
Okay.
he used to Super Laser, I can do on 1 Falcon ready, wing another Falcon ready,
And maybe Super Strike or Pilot.
and we keep
So the problem was
we keep going.
not you didn't make enough damage in the first phase of the game.
Yes, and I didn't do it because I lost the flip turn. Because in the first game, he flipped Kira. I ramped, but I could not use the my solo ambush because he got to the Sentinel.
Okay.
Otherwise, I would have killed Kira. Let's say the Sentinel is not there. It's another 2-3 without Sentinel.
Just a doctor maybe.
Yes, I want to kill Kira. Now he can do barrage. I have the 3 pieces, and I can flip An. Kill also the Sentinel.
Yeah, you trade everything.
Now you have 4 pieces. He got 0, and from here on, it's hard to stabilize.
So it's a pretty interesting take. That Pike Sentinel turn 1 is really key in this matchup.
It
If
really-
it is,
Yeah,
And
yeah.
in the second game,
even better than Persian, you think?
Better.
Yes.
Better than
and
Persian.
in the second
Definitely.
game, he did the shield at right time,
Yeah.
and I could not win the board in that point. Of course, ramping is also key because if I ramp, you don't have much higher chances to
Yeah.
win that flip
Obviously.
But
turn.
the shield on the Sentinel on the right spot is a key.
It's that's why at one point I
Yeah, you ping.
did damage
Yeah.
because I cannot afford you to have that shielded Sentinel. But I think that's it. The flip turn is the most important spot.
Who
because,
is the flip turn has the higher chance to win?
I think
matches?
yes.
Okay. Makes sense. Guys, thank you for this interview.
Yeah, I want to.
Congratulations from both of you.
Thank you.
It was a pleasure.
Can I do a couple of shoutouts?
Obviously, you
Yeah.
can.
The first one for these guys here, yes, they make a round of applause because they streamed everything, they commented everything, they had increased the setup and everything since last year, since
Thank you.
like 1 year and a half, so they are like professional now. And
We're trying. Let's say that.
We are trying, we are
no, don't be shy. And the other shout out is to my testing team, the boys from Mega Forli. And actually, the list that I played is a variation of one of my teammates, the one that won the PQ in a couple of weeks ago.
Abadir.
Abadir, yeah, Pancho.
Yeah.
Okay.
I played
So-
with him in the Swiss too, I think.
Yeah, so we are both Kira players, both played those colors since like after Boba the first expansion. So it's and also the testing that I went on Karabast and live with those guys. So thank you to you guys, and thank you to you guys, and also to my opponent
Thank
that made up a really good game.
For sure.
Yes, also
Thanks
for,
to you guys.
also for me, a shout out to the Dart players, to the local organization, my opponent, and I want to add also a shout out for Jolly Joker, all the touring team, and also Robe da Elfi team. Thank you for the testing and the support.
Nice. So this is it, guys. Thank you for the watch of the stream. We hope to see you soon. Bye.
Bye bye.